Harry, can you go get the rest of our legislation passed?
Excuse me?
Can you go and get the rest of our legislation passed, please?
Everything that we put in there passed.
What about you?
We are live, Mr. Chairman.
You ready to go?
You are, sir.
Okay, welcome back, everybody. We're in the afternoon session on April 26th. First item up on the agenda, these are action items. These are grant approvals. Recreation Department, I guess we'll just turn this one over to Mary and Larry, who's ever going to present. We can go through each one.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So the first is the MOU that was in your packets for the West Hazard Project from Idaho Department of Lands.
They have a specific area they're gonna be using those on? Or
So
from
West
here to
Hazard,
Stephanie?
it looks from the map that is on the east side of Lake Cascade.
West side.
West
Yeah,
side.
It's basically like the southwest side all the way up.
Okay.
Where the highway
Oh,
goes
west
across.
side, sorry.
Tamarack, yeah.
Yeah, where the highway
Don't know
hits
my
the-
directions.
goes across south end of the lake. It starts there and goes north.
Have them
Right.
by McGregor's then. That's the one that she was talking about. Okay,
Right.
great. Thank you.
I'm a little confused. The one I have here is the lot proposals.
Oh, that's up next. So there's the West Hazard MOU for fire mitigation.
So that's, okay,
We
we
just had that
start
one
at the
on
bottom,
last, Mr.
okay?
Chairman.
And this was for 220,
$20,000.
right? And that's what this is.
Yeah, for there's 2 hard
Oh,
copies,
well, this is your,
and it requires your signatures on both copies of the documentation there.
so this is just one like we did last week, only this is a new one.
Yes,
last
last
week
week
was
was
Jug,
Jug,
this
this
week-
week is West Hazard.
So I entertain a motion to approve the grant for West Hazard Fire Mitigation.
I'll make a motion, we approve the grant for the West Hazard Fire Mitigation.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any more discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries. Now you want to go back to the lot grants?
Yeah, sorry about that if I got
That's
that
okay.
out of order. So the first McCall lot funding proposal that we're requesting to submit is for $25,000 for snow removal at Francis Wallace, Green Gate, Brush Creek, and West Face, and Titus. And the $25,000 will also include hand snow shoveling the groomer garage to get to the groomer, which is necessary.
And this is just an application. You don't know if you'll get it until when, this time? Next year? When do they award those?
Come a year later.
A year later, yeah.
Those do,
Friday,
I don't more time.
yeah.
Okay, so what's your pleasure?
I move that we approve the $25,000 snowplow, plow grant for the cost of parking lots, or whatever that says.
It's lunchtime.
The $25,000 for
guys
snowplow
go to lunch?
costs for parking lots, including snow shoveling for Francie Wallace.
I'll second that.
Moved and seconded.
Shorten it. It didn't work.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries. Okay, the next one is,
Okay, so the next one is $10,000 that we are going to request also from McCall Lot Funds for engineering and design of the expansion of Francis Wallace parking lot. And you all know what an issue that's,
and this is just the engineering part. This is not the actual expansion.
no construction.
Yeah.
Okay, everybody good with that one?
I'm good with it.
Entertain the motion.
I'll make a motion, we approve the $10,000 City McCall lot grant application for engineering design on the Francine or Francis Wallace parking lot, depending on who you are.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye, motion carries.
That's all I have.
Bada
Unless you
bing,
have
bada
any-
Is it
boom.
Francine or is it Francis? I need to know some history here, because I was under the
It's
impression it was
Francie.
Francis.
People always call it Francie, but if you go out of the maps, it's Francis
Francie.
Wallace.
That's what I've seen.
I'm going
as.
with Francis Wallace.
Me too.
Thank you.
Yep, thanks, Mary. Great job. Okay, our next agenda item is not until 1:30, so we've got 25 minutes.
And I apologize, Mr. Chairman. I thought that was going to take a little bit longer.
That's all right. Mary? Mary?
You're gone.
Um, So didn't we approve this one for Yellow Pine?
No, that one's this afternoon, Mr. Chairman.
time is that?
At 3 o'clock. They just provided a presentation,
Oh, okay.
but that actual application is set
So
for
I'll wait
approval
to
this
sign that one
afternoon.
until we get there.
The one that you should have is, that had already been approved, was for the body cameras. I don't know if
I
you
don't
saw
have that one. This one was for West Hazard. I don't have one for body cams. Are you going down there?
I was just going to find Mary to see it.
You give that to her. Thanks. Are you sleeping back there? I'm thinking. That's what I tell everybody. Oh my gosh. What's that for? Huh? No. You know, I tell people I'm thinking with my eyes closed. I can't think with my eyes open, especially after lunch.
Abundantly clear, it was, Evan sent that back. Do you want to sign that, or do you want to hold until?
I have got the mayor of New Meadows trying to meet with him this week. So let's give it, yeah. And matter of fact, I asked Doug to put it on next week's agenda. So if I haven't heard back from her before next Monday, then we'll just go ahead and approve it and remove. I'm hoping that they can get together.
You guys lost me. We're gonna change municipality to county for what?
So that, the original contract,
It's on the broadband.
you approved the.
Oh, on broadband.
This is the consulting, this consulting contract with Entry Point.
Gotcha.
Refer to the county as municipality. Technically, not enough, it covers all of it, but enough. Probably should have done that. So, version.
Did you Google municipality, see what it says?
Yeah, there is actually an Idaho code definition. Commonly understood.
Mr. Chairman, the body camera one has already been approved by the commissioners, but that's going to be an electronic submittal, so you'll be getting that.
I can't e-sign on this. Can I e-sign on yours?
Has the email come? Have you
Let me
received
look,
it yet?
let me look.
I don't think you've received it yet.
I got a whole bunch of emails here. Letter support for Yellow Pine. Whitecap. Nope, I don't have it. Oh, boy. Ryan, I'm gonna forward you one from the guy that filed criminal charges against me. Early. You got it, so I don't need to forward it? Okay, I'll let you handle that one.
We're still on record, so.
Nope.
Did anybody else respond to Kristen Cundiff on the Valley County's County Focus magazine? We're gonna be in there.
I know, I don't have time to do that stuff.
I sent her a bunch of stuff, so you guys are just gonna have to go along with whatever I said
That's
then.
awesome. You do a great job.
I could have said whatever I wanted. If anybody has time, the 29th, what is that? Thursday morning? There's going to be a presentation on all of the funding that's coming to counties through the American Recovery Act. You want, I will advance you the stuff to register for that.
Where did you see that?
It came to me, so I'm gonna go
Yeah,
ahead
if you
and
could
send it to you guys.
forward to us, that'd be great.
I'm gonna send this to you too, just in case.
Thank you.
This is from the Department of Commerce that's sponsoring this. I'm out of town, but I will try and hop on for this anyway. And Doug, the money that supposedly the governor had already signed as far as that $600 and some thousand coming to us, What division would I reach out to? Tax Commission? Any idea? No?
It,
I'll reach out to
it's going to
Bobby
come
Joe.
from, let me just think this through real quick. I doubt the state tax commission will know anything about it. I would say the state treasury will know.
Brandon Wolf.
That's correct. Let me just verify.
That's the Idaho State Treasurer, Julie Ellsworth.
Would come from.
Probably reach out to the governor's office too. Or let's see, transportation.
I apologize. I wish I knew more about it, but
Mostly it was leftover CARES funding from the last go-around, and they disseminated it through the roads departments, and so,
from our records, we have not received it.
okay.
I mean, the funding that we get from user fees is directly from the Idaho Transportation Department. So I don't know if it was going to be funneled through them first.
I know. I'll reach out to Seth. Did you guys get the impact of the proposed legislation over the weekend from Seth?
On the property tax?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I totally thought you just knocked that one first.
Doesn't stand up.
Idaho Gives starts on Thursday, guys. We have all kinds of
Like
people
200
from,
nonprofits in our area that are registered, or 124 maybe this year is what it was.
there's a lot.
I have a ranch right now that's kind of nonprofit. We could put that on there too.
Really gonna be when you get 4 times quadruple taxes. Have a nonprofit greenhouse, does that work?
Yeah, I need to talk to you about your greenhouse one of these days. I want to buy one.
It's hysterical because someone stopped and knocked at my front door last week and asked to see it. I took them through. I don't have that very often, but. And
Check
then they
out-
were looking for a real estate agent, so that worked out really
Oh,
well.
there you go. There you go. Double
Have
whammy.
a sign. Oh.
Or vines growing. All the way to-
Yeah, and those tomato places like that, they do tons out of that little greenhouse. It's amazing the yield they get.
Had a scissor lift and harvested tomatoes. So, it's, well, it all light.
Hydroponic kind of thing.
Substrate, so it's all hydroponic.
The issue though is those hydroponic tomatoes don't have any flavor in them. Did you try some of them? Are they pretty good?
Yeah. The ones we tried were just
That looks like a man cave house.
My she shed.
She shed. Where'd you get it? Oh,
My husband's a home builder, so I am truly blessed. People want to rent my she shed. That's what I do instead of paying for psychiatric care. I go play in my greenhouse. Picture of the inside, but I guess I don't have one.
Jeremy, is the broadband down or something right now? I can't get anything to load on this repeal this afternoon for Tamarack. Just the wheel of doom, whatever you call it. Pat, here's the stuff up here. Forgot to keep forgetting to tell you.
Were you having fun when you did it?
What did you do? Did you fall down?
Yeah, about a month ago.
Oh, and now it's finally started hurting, huh? After a month?
It hasn't ever hurt, but it's been bleeding.
Uh-oh.
And so the blood goes from right into my.
Oh my gosh.
So, some tape on it. That's working really roughly.
What do they call
It's
it?
really bothering me, and so I took the tape off. And so,
And it's under the skin, though. What do
well,
they call
I
it?
figured I was using it too much, and Dr. agreed to just,
Get it up above your heart?
yeah, I've done that too, but, in fact, this weekend I'll do this. Anyway, the x-rays in English one. But can't see anything on the x-ray. Usually looks at the picture. Then you have to. I can tell I have a pretty good loose egg.
Sorry.
Is what it is.
Frustrating.
Well, it says you got a vessel leaking somewhere.
Yeah, something's going on, and I just annoyed it really bad last week.
Hmm.
The best thing is just not to be able. It heals enough and all.
And these are the golden years.
Yeah.
Let's don't go there, Ellen.
Somebody said that aging is not for the faint of heart.
That's it?
And then I have a couple people.
That's a pretty funny way of saying that after we just said aging's not for the faint of heart. I'd like to recognize some people sometimes too.
Okay, we're back on our agenda. Next item up is a presentation from IT Director Jeremy Wilcox. This is an action item, discussion decision on the internet service at the U of I Extension.
Afternoon, Commissioners.
Good afternoon.
So as you know, we've been looking at the U of I Extension office for a while because the internet's not great. There's 2 DSL circuits there. One belongs to the Sam and his folks, and the other one belongs to the U of I. It's one they use. They're both 8/1 connections, which is pretty slow, and it doesn't even meet the current FCC guidelines for broadband, which I think is 25/3 right now. So in looking at this, we've done a few things. We've talked to Sparklight. They don't have service at the location. We've had a couple of attempts to see if they could provide it, and they've said pretty much no every time. Sam was going to have them look one more time, but he's having a hard time to get anybody to come out and show up from Sparklight.
Darn.
So I spoke with our Ziply representative, and she said that they can upgrade that DSL circuit to a VDSL circuit, which would be a 40/10 connection, which should be a vast improvement over what they have now, and actually does meet the minimum requirements by the FCC. And just for a couple of comparisons, Sparklight, if they could get service there, their basic service is 100/10. So it would be a little bit better download, but it would be the same upload. Before we upgraded to the gigabit connection here, this whole building was on a 30/30 connection. So I think a 40/10 would be a huge, huge improvement for them. One of the other things that I found when I was trying to get assistance from Ziply to figure out what was going on with our connection in particular, is I don't know if you remember, they were having a problem where it would drop every time the phone would ring.
Yep.
And they were able to resolve that particular issue, but in working through that, trying to get somebody to look at it, I had such a hard time finding anybody even find it, that DSL circuit at all. And the reason is, working with our account manager from Ziply, was that somehow, way back when this was installed, somebody didn't update a work order correctly. Something happened where that DSL circuit was installed and activated, but was never put on anybody's bill. So as far as Ziply's system is concerned, it doesn't exist. Nobody's been paying for it. So that's why it was so hard to get any support for it. But we finally got that figured out.
Perfect.
The 40/10 circuit would be $50 a month. And based on my research, because somebody's got to start paying for the 8/1 circuit, it would be about the same, probably maybe a little bit less. So the decision that I wanted to bring before the commissioners today was who do we feel would pay for that internet connection? Would it be us? Would we ask the owner to? Would we split it? Sam has, because their connection is as bad as ours, and they've expressed interest in using it for a few things here and there if their building they're working. So that's sort of, before I say yay or nay or tell our account manager who to start charging for this, is some input from the board on who we feel should pay for that.
My feeling is that we should pick up that bill, Jeremy, mainly because they have said they probably won't even charge Soil Conservation District if it does move in there. They don't want any more money per month for rent, which I think is an awesome deal on their part. Doreen has been there in the past. She knows the building. They know her. They get along great. So for that in-kind kind of donation, I think we should cover that. What'd you say? It's $40 a month?
She said it'd be $50 a month.
$50 a month? I think we should cover that. That's my
I
opinion.
agree with you 100%. I mean, we have the majority of the office space in there, I think, right now as well.
Yeah. And if they want to hook into it, that's fine. If they want to compensate us for it, that's fine too, but I wouldn't expect it.
Okay.
How many connections do you think could comfortably be on that? I mean, if we send like Rose Advocates over there to see if they could get on.
If they were on the 40/10, I think it would be fine. Because like I said, this whole building was on a 30/30 for a long time until that gigabit connection was put in.
So 40/10 will comfortably hold Zoom meetings without kicking people off.
Yes.
So.
And they do, Simply also has the option of, they can provide business class service there. It would take a little time to get in and might constitute an improvement to the building, so I don't know what that would entail, but it's quite a bit more expensive.
Oh, I'm gonna go ahead and make the motion that we authorize IT to proceed with getting Ziply Fiber in the extension building, and that the county cover that $50 a month cost.
I'll second it.
Moved in second. Any more discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries. Bada bing, bada boom.
All right. Thank you very much.
And this worked. Rebooted, now it's up.
Awesome.
Thanks,
Jeremy,
sir.
did you want to provide any other update on the IT department during this time? You still have,
Oh, yes, today was update day. I don't have a whole lot of updates. Everything's going along pretty good. We're starting to look back into getting a new ticketing system that's better than one that we have, now that things are starting to slow down. I'm working to finalize the VoIP rollout for the annex and the
Oh, good.
road department. The road department would be pretty quick. The annex, they might have to change their phone number. And I spoke with Skip, and if that has to happen, he's okay with that. It'll be kind of a pain for a couple of weeks, because they've had that phone number for quite a while, but that might happen. And then this is my first budget cycle, so I'm meeting with all the elected officials and department heads and getting that all going. So that's,
Well, just like we do and just tell them no. Works the best.
yeah.
And then write it down.
And then write it down.
Yep.
That's awesome. I have a question for you that Riley contacted you a couple of weeks ago about all of our phone numbers.
Mhm.
He has called me back twice. I can seriously save you guys a lot of money if you let me come in and look at that. And I said, well, let me talk to our IT guy and see if he wants to deal with it. If you do, I will give him your number.
Mr. Chairman, I have provided him
You have
with
information?
the information, and I think he's left a message with the IT department, but I can share with you, we've had this done previously in the past, and I don't know if it's a service that we need at this point in time. I would like Jeremy to take a look at it and see if it is necessary. I just don't know if it's on the priority list of the IT department at this time.
And I can certainly understand that totally. He's went on to explain he saved the hospital, he saved Ashley Inn. Apparently it's a different phone company and we can drop it down to, most of these lines down to $26 a month. And he went on and on and on, and I don't know anything about any of it. So I said, you know,
Sure.
and I don't want to give your phone number to somebody until I hear from you that that's okay. So whatever you want me to do.
I mean, I'm willing to talk to him and just have a conversation real quick. And if it sounds like something we want to pursue, we can. If not, I can tell him no
Well,
thanks.
and it's got to be on your time because he wants to do it like tomorrow. And I'm
Right,
sure,
sure.
you know,
Yeah, that's how
you're
big-
going to have to work into it when you've got time.
Yeah, but I'll look for that information from Douglas and I'll reach back out to him when I have a moment.
Okay, and you have his number and all that stuff?
I do, Mr. Chairman.
You have it? Okay.
Yes, sir.
And I think he means well. He's done a lot of fiber optics over in Council in Cambridge, and he's done all that. And he said, I know I can save you guys a lot of money. So
All right.
here we are.
Yep.
Okay.
Here.
Okay.
Are you going to be at the broadband task force tomorrow afternoon at 1? Meeting invite.
If I didn't, I'll accept it.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
What's the matter, Pat? You got 5 minutes. You want me to go get it for you? I'll go get it for
I'll
you.
go get it.
Tell me where it is and I'll run down there.
Yeah, I know, Jeremy's here, he doesn't want to hear that, so.
I wouldn't trust Dave either.
Give you a piggyback ride.
A broadband task force is talking to somebody tomorrow that says he has black fiber clear up into Clear Creek, so that might empower our telephone conversation too.
Well, this Riley guy, he installs a lot of fiber optics all over. Is this the same one I'm gonna use? Why don't you know?
Which one do you use? Just that
Oh, I
I
like yours better.
reprinted, that was a simple.
This was
What
for
was we got something today.
EP Properties a long time ago. I just been using it as a guide, so I'll toss this and use yours. I always seem to screw up a public hearing, so you keep me on track.
You get through them. As long as it's recorded.
Did you find that electronic signature thing? You want me to come down there? Or?
I have not received it for
I
the,
haven't got it either, so.
I don't think that one has been submitted just yet.
Another person being mentored.
Oh, really?
Thanks.
It just came forward, huh?
Yeah, and that's good. Can't announce it.
That's what I was wondering, if we don't have multiple people, because it's,
And that's fine, you know, I
Yeah.
think it's great. My plan would be, I have to talk to Megan.
Here's one for you, Pat. Every path has a few puddles.
And that's the stop them. And I have the right shoes on.
My 5-year-old grandson finds every puddle everywhere.
My son came home from school one time. Mom, it seemed like every time I go by a puddle, these kids
Yeah.
So he said, I saw him coming today, and he said, I just jumped in the tunnel.
Yep.
Oh,
Works
I'm gonna
better.
Take care of the bullying.
Okay, our next agenda item is a service award presentation. And Pat, I think you're the one. Oh. So at this time, I would like to ask our esteemed P and Z Administrator, Cindy Eric, to come on up.
She said she didn't want to be embarrassed.
I don't want to be there. I don't look that way.
I also hate pictures,
On
but
behalf of Valley County, I would like to congratulate you on 25 years.
good job, Cinda. I'm not even that old, wow.
I didn't think you were that old, Cinda.
I started here as a babe.
So there are two other people I'd like to recognize, and they are not here. So both Gabby Knapp and Dee Dee Gossi went through the NACO Leadership Academy, and they both successfully made it through. They had quizzes that they had to do every week. They got 100% on every
Oh,
one of those
nice.
quizzes.
Wow, that's
So
awesome.
I just felt like we needed to at least recognize that those two had done such a great job and came through with flying colors. So when they get their black belt with the elite leaders, we'll bring them here and they'll actually be here. So,
Awesome.
Yeah.
Let me get a picture.
yeah.
Perfect.
Wow, that's awesome.
Yes.
Very happy for them. Was that a year-long one, Pat? How long was that?
No, it's about, a week.
So our next agenda item is in 15 minutes. To appeal a public hearing on Tamarack Resort. So you got 15 minutes if you need a break.
And is Tamarack coming, or you heard?
I know some.
Commissioner, a lot of them are appearing via Teams. I'm going to get
Got
that
it.
set up.
Had a full team's failure with the McCall City Council meeting the other night. It's just the bandwidth in my house is not good enough for Teams, I think.
I
Fine
think-
with all the other platforms.
Not gonna lie, Teams is clunky. Teams is not my favorite one to work with, but more secure than Zoom.
I was about
I've
3
heard.
minutes into my talk with them, and Annette was holding up a sign that said, "Your audio, no audio."
Oh, great.
Mackenzie was laughing.
What can I do?
Before we get into that, did each of you get this email this morning?
This morning,
Yes.
yeah.
Yeah, we had a Zoom here a while back, Dave. They had 37 people on it. It took longer for everybody to get dialed in. I mean, our time was half gone before everybody finally got on.
I think some of the focus groups were like right around there, 35.
Like, let's just get together.
They were good though. They were like, "Hey, this is down early.
Yeah.
Sign yourself up."
Well, on yours, you can't bring up a document like this, can you? It's like when you keep saying, I wish I could take message
Looks like I
and highlight, if there's something I want within something.
No, I can't do that.
You can't do it.
No, I can't highlight. I can't. Like during the bills, I always have a question on one of them. I wish I could highlight it
Yeah.
so I remember what it is. On an iPad, you can't do it, but I still like it better chasing that little arrow around. I have a hard time with that mouse thing.
I can highlight something and add a comment anywhere that I want, so it's nice, but yeah.
So Cindy, I take it is the applicant, the appellant coming in? Anybody coming in?
This is,
There's Chris. You guys hear us okay? We cannot hear you. Chris, we can't hear you.
I would just minimize this screen, and then you could publish what you wanted using a laptop onto the screen, but they would not be able to see it, no. I haven't developed, there is probably something that can be done. I just don't know how to do that just yet. But if there were items that you wanted me to put up there, I could use my computer to put them up there. I just don't think that they would be able to see them.
Jeremy, can we minimize it to the side? Like on Zoom, you can take the people that are on there and push it to one side, and then you can see the desktop from there. Wondering if we can't minimize it some way. And then they would be able to see whatever she's putting up there on the other. They'd have to be on.
I think in the future we would be able to do that. I just don't know if today we are prepared to be able to do that.
Turn all the ins and outs.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you now.
Okay. I have a button that says share up at the top. It looks like I could share content on my screen. Just if that helps.
Are you Justin? Justin?
I'm TJ Anksman, and Justin works with me.
Okay. Yeah, the appeal is in Justin's name, isn't it?
Well, the appeal is by Idaho Pacific Investments. My law firm, Inksman Johnson,
Okay,
provided the appeal, and I've provided notice that I would be appearing today.
we're doing 2103 first, right?
Up to you.
We've got about 10 more minutes, you guys, so just hang tight before we can start.
Okay.
And Commissioners, just to let everyone know, IT department did rectify the issue where individuals appearing via Teams are being able to be heard on the YouTube live stream.
Perfect.
Oh, good, good. Nice job.
If they can't talk on their side.
And if Mr. Kurt cannot talk, then I've provided him with the teleconference number.
Chris, can you hear us?
He just can't talk.
You can't talk. We can't hear you.
So the MSTP can't hear only one person.
We can, he's having issues with his own system.
Welcome to Lifesize. Enter the extension of the person you want to call.
We're gonna get a lot of
Yeah, I
feedback.
don't know if that's
He's
gonna
gonna
work.
have to, he's just gonna have to mute on his end.
Joining the meeting.
It looks like he's just muted now.
Chris, I think we got you on the phone. What? That's,
TJ, will you?
that's not gonna work.
No.
Can you hear us, Chris? We got nothing.
He's muted. Hey, Chris, I think you're muted. Try unmuting one more time.
Nope. We still can't hear you.
Okay, let me try it again.
There you
Oh.
go.
Try it again.
So,
I'd say hang up the phone, go back to the computer.
Chris, can you try talking again? Oh,
He's just gonna have to.
Well, he's on mute right now.
I don't know if we can unmute on our end, can we?
No, it's on his side.
Chris, can you unmute your phone or your computer again? You're muted on the computer itself. Can you unmute?
Now he's froze.
Froze.
Can't do it on this side.
I think he has a microphone.
That's his issue, doesn't have a
Yeah,
microphone.
Well, it was coming through for a minute before he got on the phone.
Be able to unmute him.
Jump on a snowmobile. Head to Cascade.
That's why I provided him.
We have an open water now.
Oh,
How
well,
about a boat?
I've seen guys go across, not across the lake on water, but I wouldn't try it.
Me either.
Imagine if that got in the water.
Mr. Kirk, I'm going to remove you from the Teams because it doesn't appear that it's going to work. And then if you can just call into the number that was provided to you.
We got to put this back in.
Yeah.
Welcome to Life Size. Enter the extent of the joining the meeting.
Is that you, Chris?
Yep.
Hey, it sounds like you're on.
Okay, finally. That's it's very strange. So I'm going to turn off the sound on the computer. And then I can see myself on the computer. I don't see the rest of the commissioners. There we go.
Hey, we've got about 3 more minutes and then we'll get started.
All right.
We're doing 2103 first. And there's a ton of maps. Which one would be best for us to have up as we're discussing this? Is there one that you're specifically going to be pointing to, or? No? Okay.
This so you can see the close-up.
I've got the one that's the approximate location, which shows the existing, and then the additional. Yep, I've got this one up.
That one up? Okay.
Yeah, I'll take one. Flash back and forth quite as much. Well, that's way closer.
This is something my mom already given you in Zoom staff report. Okay. Is this the camera that's working now?
So no, the general public is able to view the commissioners like this. The individuals participating on team are through that camera.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and get us started here. We're going to have a public hearing, and this is an action item. This is an appeal, conditional use permit 21-03, Aspen Ridge subdivision. I'm opening the public hearing at 2 o'clock. At this time, I'm going to ask if any commissioner has a ex parte contact or conflict of interest.
I do not.
I do not.
And I do not. But this time, we will start with the staff report, and then we'll have a presentation by the appellant, testimony of proponents, testimony of uncommitted, testimony of opponents, and a presentation by the applicant, and then a rebuttal by the appellant. And I close the hearing and we render our decision. So that's how this is going to work today. So the first item on that is our staff report. So this time I'll turn it over to Cinda.
The staff report for the appeal of the P&Z Commission approval conditional use permit application 2103, Tamarack Resort PUD, Aspen Ridge preliminary plat. The appellant is Idaho Pacific Investments LLC, represented by Johnson. The applicant owner is Angel Mendez, representative is Christopher Kirk. The property is 16 acres of Tamarack Resort Planning and Development Phase 1, Village Block 19, located in the northeast quarter, Section 5, Township 15, North Range 3 East, in Valley County, Idaho. On March 11, 2021, the Planning and Zoning Commission approved a conditional use permit to amend and preliminary plat a portion of the Tamarack Resort Planning and Development Phase 1 Village Block 19. Plat would include 18 single-family estate lots, a new private road, a shared driveway, and open space lots. The site was originally designated as depicted on attached exhibits and listed below. That was the water treatment in the pre-development phase, the Riptown course, and the horse corrals. The WT1 water treatment facilities are no longer needed as they are now west of this site within the golf course boundaries. The Rope Challenge course and horse corral plans are withdrawn, and they have been replaced by the zip line course and mountain biking promenades. The lots will be accessed from Village Drive through the trees to the east of the golf maintenance building. The 18 lots would be a minimum of 0.4 acres in size, be buffered with open space, and integrated with the existing hiking and biking trail network. Lots 14, 15, and 16 will be accessed from a shared driveway. The site is served by North Lake Recreational Sewer and Water District and Tamarack Municipal Water System. Findings: Planning and Zoning Commission approved CUP 2103 with conditions at a properly noticed public hearing on March 11, 2021. An appeal was received in a timely manner on March 22nd, 2021, with the appropriate fee. The appeal is attached. Issues being appealed are summarized as follows. Tamarack Resort 2 should not be allowed to rely on the Idaho Pacific Investments LLC property being open space to meet 50% requirements, and the commission should not have approved the CUP because it conflicts with an existing easement of IPI, and the easement was not included on the CUP application or the preliminary plat as required by the Valley County Code. Staff response to the appeal issues: Issue 1, concerning the open space. The applicant has confirmed that there is still 50% open space within this development. Even if the golf course is removed, there should continue to be dedicated open space, especially if you include the entire ski hill. The P&Z Commission found that Tamarack Resort continues to meet open space requirements. Valley County Code 9-971, common open space. At least 50% of the area within the boundary of any residential PUD and 20% any commercial or industrial PUD shall be devoted to common open space, provided, however, that the commission may reduce this requirement if they find that such a decrease is warranted by the design of and the amenities and features incorporated into the plan and the needs of the occupant of the PUD. Open space can be met in the proposed development. Each residential unit shall have ready access to common areas and facilities. And you did receive an email this morning from Chris Kirk showing the open space and in the golf course. So it was the open space around that. Open space with the golf course, and then the table verifying the percentage. I mean, this does not even include the
I don't think I have anything from Chris Kirk.
This is the one that came this morning.
This morning?
Yeah.
Issue 2, the commission should not have approved the CUP because it conflicts with an existing easement of ITI, and the easement was not included on the CUP application or preliminary plat required by the Valley County Code. In response, the easement the appellant is claiming is an existing easement to the path where vegetation has been denuded that was created due to different ATVs, UTVs, or golf carts going over the hill during the camping activities of this site for the Huckleberry Festival. There is no written or recorded easement. The written and recorded easement to the Idaho Pacific Investment LLC property is shown on the preliminary plat running from the golf course maintenance facility to the IPI property. P&Z Commission concluded the Valley County cannot perfect an easement. Easements must be perfected with a quiet title in the courts unless there are written easements. Only easements that have been recorded must be shown on the subdivision plat. And then this is the piece of property that shows what they are suggesting. Is the
And I was not able to see that on the one that I have. Okay, yes, I can too.
I just really blew it up.
Got it.
Here's where Tamarack is saying the easement is, and this is what's shown on the preliminary plat. Where that pink top part is.
So they're saying that from Village Drive, that little dirt path is an easement?
Yes. Legal notice was posted in the Star News on April 1st and April 8th, 2021. Potentially affected agencies were notified on March 25th. Neighbors within 300 feet of the property lines were notified by fact sheet sent March 25th. The site was posted on March 30th. The application and notice were posted on the Valley County website under public hearing information on March 25th, 2021. Additional information, facts, conclusions. Attached to the facts and conclusions that were approved by the Planning and Zoning Commission, part of the Valley County Board of County Commissioners' deliberation and decision, should be a reasoned statement that explains the criteria and standards considered relevant, state the relevant facts relied upon, and explain the rationale for the decision based on applicable provisions of the comprehensive plan, relevant ordinance, and statutory provisions, pertinent constitutional principles, and factual information contained in the record, all of which should be part of the motion to approve or deny, or should be developed with staff assistance for action at the subsequent meeting. That's the Valley County Code 9-5H 11.8. The following are the conclusions for the Planning and Zoning Commission. The proposed use is in harmony with the general purpose of Valley County ordinance and policies and will not be otherwise detrimental to the public health, safety, and welfare. Proposed use is consistent with Valley County Comprehensive Plan. Valley County has one mixed-use zone that promotes mitigation. Compatible with surrounding land uses. Most subdivision is within the approved West Resort Plan Unit Development, now known as Tamarack Resort. The original West Rock PUD provided for flexibility in Section 1 application overview. The current application aligns with that provision. The subdivision complies with the original West Rock CUP components, grading, drainage, road, utilities, and related facilities drawings with this amendment allowed. The subdivision complies with the original West Rock Facilities Program Summary. Tamarack Resort continues to meet open space requirements. Tamarack Resort continues to meet employee housing requirements. Tamarack Resort has met its maximum number of approved dwelling units. Valley County cannot perfect an easement. Easement must be perfected with a quiet title in the courts unless they are written easements. Only easements that have been recorded must be shown on the subdivision plat. Land use applications and approvals go with the lands, not with the owners. Planning and Zoning Commission decision is on this site. On this site-specific application. There are no substantial changes to the approved planning unit development. Tamarack Resort continues to work with the Valley County Board of Commissioners on off-site impacts as required by the capital agreement. The minutes of the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting were attached. Planning and Zoning Commission staff reports were attached for your review, and it includes all the original comments. Agency comments received. Central District Health said that an application and engineering report will need to be submitted to them. Idaho Department of Environmental Quality provided general comments on air quality, wastewater, drinking water, waste and groundwater contamination. Valley Rural Fire Protection District will accept Tamarack PUD standards for road construction. The district requires a complete engineered plan of the water system, including fire hydrant placement and an approved water supply capable of supplying the required fire flow for fire protection. Public comments received. Email and letter from attorney for Angston Johnson representing Idaho Pacific Investments LLC. IPI owns property adjacent to the proposed Aspen Ridge subdivision, including property on which a golf course had previously been constructed. Staff questions, comments, or recommendations. The Commission should be aware that the original plan unit development approved documents included a provision for flexibility in Section I application overview. It reserved the right to modify the facilities plan in a number of ways, provided for preliminary and final planning in future phases, and stated the modifications do not materially change any component of the prior approvals as listed. And I attached that for your review. In the future, if there is a material change, the planned unit development will need to be formally amended and a process through the Planning and Zoning Commission along with the Board of County Commissioners as per Valley County Code 9-5H85. Then, of approval were listed for this subdivision. 1, the application, the staff report, and the provisions of the land use and development ordinance are all made a part of this permit as if written in full herein. 2, any change in the nature or scope of land use activity shall require an additional conditional use permit. 3, the final plat shall be recorded within 2 years, or this permit will be null and void. 4, the issuance of this permit, these conditions will not relieve the applicant from complying with applicable county, state, or federal laws or regulations, or be construed as permission to operate in violation of any statute or regulation. Violation of these laws, regulations, or rules may be grounds for revocation of the conditional use permit or grounds for suspension of the conditional use permit. 5, must comply with all requirements previously approved as PUD 98-01 Tamarack Resort and any subsequent amendments. 6, must have an approved stormwater management plan and site grading plan approved by the Valley County engineer prior to any work being done on site. Applicant's engineer shall confirm all utilities were placed according to the approved plans, included. Prior to recordation of the plat, the development's engineer shall certify that the road is constructed in accordance with the plans approved by the Valley County engineer. 9, a private road declaration is required to confirm that the road will be maintained by the Tamarack Municipal Association. 10, CCNR should address lighting and limit each lot to one wood burning device. 11, all lighting must comply with the Valley County lighting ordinance. 12, shall place addressing numbers in each building and in the shared driveway entrance. 13, shall work with the Southern Idaho Timber Protection Association along with the Donner Rural Fire Protection Association to implement the Wildfire Prevention and Protection Plan and amend as agreed. 14, if there is a legal easement through this property, it must be shown on the plat. Are there any questions? That ends my staff report.
So Cindy, this is basically an argument over an easement that, what is it, IPI thinks they have, that Tamarack says they don't. And you're saying that the easement that they're talking about is over here. This is a deeded easement, that's okay, but this one is not.
Right, the easement to the west is shown on the preliminary plat. That's the one here.
The gray line.
Yes. They say this is
So this is the ground, hmm?
This one is not shown on the preliminary plat.
But this is the ground that ITI owns clear to West Mountain Road.
No, IPI owns the property
Oh,
down here.
now I'm getting the
So
rub.
here's their easement going
Okay.
along the west side of the preliminary plat.
Yeah,
They're just taking a shortcut right now. That's the way it
That
looks
was-
on the
I'll
plot.
let the applicant explain how that was created for the Huckleberry camping area during that Huckleberry Festival.
Got it.
but this is not on any map anywhere showing as an easement.
To show you on the preliminary plat. You have a preliminary plat.
And can you show me where the building is that the golf course is stating that they're using this easement to access?
Here's the preliminary plat. So here is golf maintenance right here.
Got it.
And here's, Village Drive, here's West Mountain, you come into Tamarack. Here's the golf maintenance. Here's the easement for the golf maintenance through the property to what's owned by IPI down here. That dirt track comes in here and stops in this area.
That original easement, it just looks a little bit different on our map. So if you go up to where the rectangle, it almost looks like a rectangle. Is that a lot there in that easement?
That's this right
Okay. So
here. I'll show it to you.
if I'm looking at mine that you've got, so their easement comes down this yellow line right here. So their easement basically comes down here and goes here?
It goes,
No,
it goes through the property.
okay, so it bisects this right here and comes through there.
It goes
Okay.
through the property right here. Center line, 30 feet wide access easement And that's
Okay.
in the Tamarack Resort plat.
Okay, perfect.
That's this right here that goes through that little piece over there
Okay.
and goes along that gray path.
And they're not platting that little rectangle for anything anyway, on the other side of that easement. There's nothing in this plat that's,
Nothing
okay,
shown,
got it.
open space.
So my question then is, why can't TTI go ahead and use this road if they're gonna develop all this? What is the,
IPI isn't.
For
Tamarack
IPI.
is developing this. See how that
now I'm confused.
lines up there? That gray right there, that's his easement right here. That
It's just
goes
from,
right through there.
and this is what Tamarack has.
That's the current application. And I'll let,
Okay, any more questions for staff? If not, we'll go to the appellant, which is TJ. TJ, do you want to state your case?
Sure, thank you. TJ Angsman, my address is 88 Golden Bar, Donnelly, Idaho 83615. I'm an attorney for Idaho Pacific. The reason we filed our appeal is twofold on this, on CUP 21-03. First, it's unclear from the findings. I agree with Cinda on the law that applies here is that they need to have 50% of their total area within the PUD be open space. The evidence that was submitted this morning wasn't at the hearing. So I think that really needs to be remanded for findings in that manner. But I think it's incredibly important that the findings be specific about whether they are counting as part of the open space for Tamarack Resort, the golf course property that we own, which is not part of the open space on any recorded plat. Nothing requires it to be open space, and it isn't open space. We don't have intention to keep it as open space. And so we don't want it to be included in any calculation, and the findings are silent on that issue. If the Planning and Zoning Commission is relying upon the open space requirement being met by Idaho Pacific's property, what is the basis for that reliance? It's not established. There's nothing that establishes that has been dedicated as open space. Now, the other issue, claim number 2, is that we have an easement, as you see, that's implied from prior use. And we do think that we can establish that this access that we claim was used prior to, even prior to the concerts that Mr. Kirk testified about. Whether or not that's an impediment to you hearing this request, I guess from my view of the statute or the ordinance, you won't be able to record a final plat if this is in dispute, or if we are able to establish in court this easement. I agree that it's not been established in court yet. We think we can establish it. We think that everyone should be on notice of our claim so that we don't surprise people at the end when they want to record a final plat and we're in litigation over it. So we're just trying to be upfront with that, about that claim with Tamarack and with the county. That's really my argument, but I would like to add that it does seem that first of all, substantial changes are being made to the original plat, and also that findings of fact were being made without the evidence there, and we do need to remand for those issues to be resolved by the Planning and Zoning Commission before it comes back before you. Thank you.
So TJ, this is Sherry Moppin. Question for you. So you're claiming an easement by use, prescriptive easement. What is your claim to that? Just
The easement okay, so the law in Idaho allows a party to establish an easement if they can establish that the easement, the property in question was used to, when property was all one parcel and then severed. At the time of severance, if that access was being used at that time, an easement is implied in Idaho law. Now, it does take a court to make a public record that it exists, but the easement exists from the time of severance. It's not like the easement doesn't exist now. It just hasn't been recognized by a judge because we haven't brought it to a judge yet. The law says that you get to maintain those accesses that were in use at the time of severance, so long as the access is reasonably necessary to the enjoyment of the property. It doesn't require a strict necessity or absolute necessity. The property doesn't have to be landlocked. It just has to be a reasonable necessity to the proper enjoyment, and it has to have been in use at the time of severance. We think there is evidence that we can establish that it was in use at the time of severance and that it's reasonably necessary to the proper enjoyment of the property because we bring large equipment through there to mow this golf course. And that's what we believe we can establish the use was prior to the time that Tamarack and West Mountain Golf created a land division there and divided the parcel into two ownerships. Commissioner Maupin, does that answer your question?
It does, but I thought you had to have been maintaining that easement and or paying taxes on it in order.
That's a different, that would be a different, that would be for adverse possession if we were claiming we owned it. But we're not claiming ownership, we're just claiming that we have an easement from prior use.
Okay.
Thanks.
Okay, any more questions for the appellant?
None for me.
And I have one more for TJ. TJ, why can't you use the existing easement that's actually on the plat?
Well, there's actually, there's a couple issues with that. It's an interesting question. It might be too hard to answer, but I'll try without an exhibit to show you. Actually, we have the same issue on the other side where that easement is shown. The easement, the access that was actually created and used at the time we severed it is in a different location. So that platted easement actually goes through wetlands. And the easement that actually has been used in that area is in a different location, which will also have to be established through litigation. You can see it on an aerial. You can see that the actual drive that was used in that area is about 150 feet away.
Excuse me.
And have you tried to work out this easement issue with Tamarack to come to a mutual agreement?
I've had conversations with one of their partners, yes. We have not been able to reach an agreement on it, and we haven't been able to defer this meeting so that we could either. That it was necessary to have this meeting.
TJ, this is Commissioner Hasbrook. Can't you have an easement through a wetlands anymore?
Oh, I'm not saying that we don't actually. I'm sorry, Commissioner. I'm not saying that we don't actually own that easement. We do, but it's not improved, and the area that is improved is just adjacent to it. That we can establish that we have an easement there because it was in use at the time of severance as well.
Hey, any more?
There's a number. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say this issue isn't the only area around the resort where we have these sort of issues that will arise. These aren't the only easements that we claim. Because of the wetlands, there's a number of areas where access was taken off of West Mountain Road in order to, where you see gates located along West Mountain Road, in order to not have to drive the heavy equipment on the golf cart path where there's crossings over wetlands. In order to be environmentally sensitive to those wetlands, there's a number of accesses that were used to make the maintenance of the golf course more convenient. We'll be claiming all of those easements in this litigation.
So basically, if I get this right, and correct me if I'm wrong, but the basic argument is that this easement will go away if they subdivide. You will not be able to use that. You think you have an easement through. You would have to use the ones that are on the plat as they are now.
Commissioner, I think that the proper way for Tamarack to resolve this would be to create an easement off of the road. That way we would be able to bring our equipment through, because you have the right in Idaho to relocate an easement on your property. And so if they develop and they don't want it straight down the middle and right out like the way it goes, they could provide access some other way so that there'd be an easement to the course in that location so that equipment could go out there and have that same access that was available at the time the properties were severed into two parcels.
Okay.
So I think like a 70-foot wide connection would be more than adequate and meet the county requirements.
Any more questions for the appellant? If not, we're going to move on into testimony of proponents. Is there anyone on the phone, on the screen, or in the audience that is a proponent of this appeal? Please let the record show there was none. Is there anyone in the audience that is uncommitted? Please let the record, do we have somebody on the phone?
Yeah, you've got Chris Kirk.
Okay, no one, please let the record show there was none uncommitted. At this time, I'll take testimony of opponents. Who wants to go first?
Pat, who's doing your presentation?
Chris and Jeff will be doing.
Chris?
Chris, you want to go ahead?
Sure. Let's see, maybe we'll start with the 50% open space PUD requirement through the PUD. So what TJ is saying is if the golf course is separated from the PUD, then we won't meet our open space requirement. That's the basic essence of it. Frankly, I'm having a very difficult time understanding what TJ is saying. It's pretty garbled on this end. I'm getting about 50%. But I believe that's the net. The reality is that's not the case. I put a spreadsheet out and submitted it to Cinda. We've been tracking sort of a summary of our tracking of open space ever since early 60, 2000. I started about 2005, 2006. And the bottom line is, without going into great detail, is even if the golf course were separated from the fee simple land, we would still have 301 acres that we can still develop. And then I'm happy to go into greater detail if you'd like me to, but that's the bottom line. So the reality is that the golf course could be separated. We don't think it should be, but if it were separated, then we would still be able to meet our open space requirement. That's the essential bottom line on this. And I've also provided Cinda some sort of graphic maps that backs it up and shows, in general terms, what it would look like if we were to separate the golf course, if the golf course was separated. And there you go on that. Are there any questions on that?
So, Chris, if the golf course were separated and subdivided, would you still have enough open space for the rest of your PUD?
Absolutely.
The golf course would then have to provide their own open space, I think. Yeah,
50% of that would have to be open space, wouldn't it?
Mhm.
for that percentages, I don't know.
No?
Because of that provision in the ordinance that's 9-9-7, the common open space, says unless the commission reduces it, because they find that such a decrease is warranted by the design of and the amenities and features incorporated into the plan, that the needs of the occupants of the PUD for open space can be met in the proposed development. So that 50% is just a place to start. It can be decreased. So it's not a hard fast, you have to have 50%.
So Chris, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
You made a comment that I want you to clarify. You said 301 acres could be developed. So are you stating that a portion of that will be developed? And so your percentage of open space is going to decrease over time?
Well, yeah, so what would happen, yeah, exactly right. So this is really what I did. I provided sort of the worst possible case scenario, ignoring the fact that we could include the golf course, excuse me, I'm sorry about that, the ski area in the open space. I'm ignoring that. Let me give you a basic summary here. Currently, under the fee simple acreage of Tamarack, we've got 1,484 acres total. Half of that would be required to be open space under this scenario. So that would be 742 acres. If we remove the golf course from it, that's a nominal 223 acres. That would mean we need to provide 630 acres of open space. And because it's a 50-50 deal, we can develop 630 acres. So right now we've got total developed acreage on the resort is 329 acres. So that would allow us, that would give us in reserve 301 remaining acres that we could develop in the future. Does that make sense?
Yep.
I think I heard you say into local housing.
So,
Putting that in everybody's brain.
so if you'd like, are there any more questions on that?
No, I think we're good.
Then okay, cool. Then I'm happy to talk about the easement. The easement that TJ's describing, that kind of goes from nowhere to nowhere, was never utilized to access the golf course. As Cinda indicated, that was actually developed by a lawnmower during the Huckleberry Festival to allow camping up there on the Aspen Ridge site back in, I'd say, 2016, 2017, something like that. I wasn't aware of that. So I didn't actually witness it. There would be no reason for golf course personnel to drive that way. They would be driving from Village Drive up a steep hill to it's kind of essentially the middle of nowhere onto a golf cart path. So, yeah, I just don't. There'd be no reason to put an easement there. And the other reason you wouldn't put an easement there, let's just say, if we ever thought about developing the golf course and we were thinking about putting an easement, that would not be the location to do it because the slope gradient going up that hill is about 17%. And the easement that's shown that TJ's describing is a straight shot. 17% slope, really very steep. Our PUD requirement only allows us up to 10%. So it would be nonsensical to put an easement in the location and the orientation that TJ is thinking is a somewhat of a prescribed easement. Plus, he's got the easement that's already there. That was provided to provide golf cart and golf maintenance access from the golf maintenance building to the golf course. Very simple.
Okay, any more questions for the opponents? Anyone else want to oppose this?
Commissioners,
Yes.
my name is Jeff Wardle. I'm counsel for Tamarack, and I just want to follow up on Mr. Kirk's comment with respect to the argument that's been made that the final plat couldn't be recorded until this easement is resolved. I think your staff highlighted the fact that the plat is not changing those easements. I think your staff highlighted the fact as well that those are easements. They are not fee interests. And as such, it is totally appropriate for the preliminary plat to be approved. Mr. Anksman did an excellent job of highlighting the fact that we have the right under Idaho Code 55313 to relocate those at some point in the future, but seeing as how they are not located within any of the building lots, and that they're all have been proposed to just be retained within a parcel that is being platted as open space, I think he's made he's trying to make an issue to, and I don't fault him for that, but at the end of the day, there is no injury, no damage, and ultimately no right for the holder of an easement to prevent an owner from platting its property where the easement will not be impacted by the improvements that are proposed to be constructed via the plat. So with that, I'll stand for any other questions you may have.
I don't think we have any more questions, Jeff. Is there anyone else that's opposed to this that wishes to speak? Everybody good? And at this time, I'm going to go back to the applicant. TJ, you have a chance to rebut any of those comments.
Thank you, Commissioners. TJ Anksman here. I guess the first thing that I would say is that I don't quite understand Mr. Wardle's comments there, Jeff, who just spoke. I don't believe that it's correct that the location of our implied easement is in the open space location. I think he's talking about the other platted easement. I believe, I'm not sure, but because I believe that where the location of our implied easement is right where the street comes into the development. And so it's hard with the presentation being digital like this to know what everyone was looking at. But we believe that easement is in a location that is important and conflicts with what the plat shows. That being said, I'm not going to stand here today and say you can't approve it. What I've tried to be heard saying is that if you do approve it and we're litigating it, then it could really mess things up, and you could have a lis pendens filed on the property, which would result in the plat being filed with a cloud on the title, which you won't allow. And what I'm just trying to do is be honest and open about what my client's intentions are. We're going to raise these easement issues. If the plat gets approved now, there's going to be a little asterisk on it, whether you put it there or we do. And so I wanted to be the person pointing it out up front and not just kind of at the end, tagging it on at the end. I think the bigger issue is the open space. And I agree with what Mr. Kirk is saying. If the math is such that they don't need the golf course as their open space, there's no reason to continue suggesting that it is their open space. The commission could just make a finding that the golf course isn't part of Tamarack's open space. And then I think, unfortunately, or fortunately, that would probably resolve this entire appeal. So that being the case, that finding wasn't made, and it was unclear if they were trying to utilize our property as their open space in the findings that came from the Planning and Zoning Commission. We think that either a remand is necessary, or if you can make your own findings based on evidence that was submitted here that wasn't there, that they don't need it, then that probably resolves that portion of our objection. I have nothing further.
Okay, any more questions for the applicant? The appellant, sorry.
Appellant, yeah.
I'm not going to close this just yet. I don't think we're done talking, but I have some questions for Cinda. Has there ever been a time when you have seen a plat of Tamarack when the golf course was considered open space?
Yes, the original PUD considered that as open space.
To me, it makes sense. That would be your open space, which
Part of it, yeah.
They have a lot of other open
I know,
space.
but that would allow you to develop more ground somewhere else because this is my open space here. So are we capable of saying today that that is the open space? The golf course shall remain as open space?
No.
We're not able to.
Now, my recommendation to you on that matter, in your conclusions or your facts, is that you make no finding on the golf course and only find that they meet their open space requirements as currently developed.
I guess my hang up on that is that people have moved in there and bought there seeing a plat that says this golf course is our open space. They knew that. And now you're saying that that's not in effect. And that's my concern is people have bought there next to that golf course thinking this is always going to be open space. And we say it's not. Now it could be developed. That would really,
Well, that's why we don't have an application.
That's sole and separate
I mean,
from,
that's a separate issue from the applications currently being presented to you. I have no application to develop the golf course at this time. So
I can
can't-
see that.
You need to make a finding on current application.
Just what's in front of us, right?
And the PUD, and whether or not they're meeting that open space requirement with the existing tables and calculations as presented by Chris Kirk with Tamarack. And that didn't even include,
so I guess my thought is, 301 acres could be developed. As they start developing that, that's our opportunity to go, you're done because you've met, you need additional open space.
after the
So,
next
Yeah,
301.
the golf course to me has nothing to do with it. That's sole and separate ownership. And if they ever came in and said they want to develop it other than a golf course, then we can say yes or no based upon that application. But it doesn't impact this application at all.
So when you figure open space on the whole PUD, you take in the state and federal ground as well? Or you just take in the fee ground, the private owned to determine that?
As what was presented by Chris today, Chris Kirk, he did not include state lands in that calculation.
And in the beginning, did they include the state land into that?
No, there was so much open space that it wasn't a large consideration, if I can recall, back 3 years or whatever it was. But the ordinance is what is really important here, commissioners, and that says that, however, that 50% can be reduced. So I don't know that that would be,
Especially if it's with local housing. They're reducing it by.
yes, especially if they provided local housing.
Well, it gets
but
back
they
to-
still have the ski hill.
Gets back to my base argument is I bought a lot next to a golf course that I think is gonna be open space. And then 10, 15 years later, it's not.
But it's subject to a CUP, and at that time, you can make your comments.
So that's when you would enforce that.
And I might buy a house next to IDL ground or state ground that now all of a sudden is sold. You can never guarantee future use.
Right.
I mean, that's just something that changes over time, so.
Unless you own it, that's right.
And
Yep.
the other thing I wanted to make sure that we were clear on today was that this room is open for public attendance. The only way to testify was not the MST.
Correct.
So do we have anything else we need to talk about? I guess I'll ask one more question because I've seen it somewhere in some of the readings is the fact that, Scott, you guys are in the process of buying this ground back, is that correct? And all this issue will go away?
Commissioners, my name is Scott Turlington, the president of Tamarack Resort. And to answer that question, we have been in ongoing and are still having ongoing discussions with IPI about that possibility. Nothing's been agreed to as of today, but I think I can say that we are still having discussions.
Okay, any more questions for anybody?
The only other one that I had was in the staff report, the finding that Tamarack Resort continues to meet employee housing requirements. Will you explain to me what was included in that they were supposed
When we
to?
get the presentation, I forwarded that, all those calculations to you in your staff report.
Sorry, missed that
I don't
maybe.
know it off the top of my head. Chris would.
Chris or Scott, do you guys have an answer to that?
Yeah, I can, Commissioners, I can probably just give you the high-level overview, and we can certainly come back and address this later. But we currently have been meeting our requirements for employee housing and workforce housing. We have housing that we have located at Tamarack Resort that we've converted some of our modulars for the workforce, and we've also been using those for employees. And then off-site, we've got a lease on a number of units that provide 30 to 40 beds for us. during the season, and we utilized all of that this winter. In fact, we had a few extra beds, and so we didn't really need all of that. But we're currently doing that, and as we go forward, we're still working on developing our plans for our on-site housing, which we hope to have to the commission at some point in the future. But for now, we've been meeting that. We've got some empty beds now if anyone's looking for a place. But
The
it's
number
been,
of families being kicked out, so.
well, and that's been a challenge that we've had as well. Some of our year-round employees that are renting have recently been displaced because the owners decided to sell it because of the market. So we're contending with that as well. But I can tell you from this past season's operations perspective, having all the housing that we did have made a huge difference. And so we know the value there, and obviously we're going to continue to build that out and look forward to having bigger discussion, especially as we move forward talking about our expansion plans on how that's going to impact that as well.
Yes.
And then Mr. Aikman had stated something about he thinks that these are potential changes being made. The PUD itself and the application provided for this PUD flexibility and the ability to move some things around and to make changes of numbers of percentages. And so I think the P&Z Commission asked that there was nothing substantial. And then I'll leave it at that. But I do recommend you let Mr. Aikman speak again because there might have been new information.
Well, I'm just not done with you. We also have a letter from Attorney Stephen Lord, who feels like this is the violation of the conditional use permit. Did you have a
I
chance?
don't have that letter.
It's in the file.
What's it dated?
It's under Exhibit B, January 9th,
Of what year?
18.
So that,
That's really old news, isn't it?
that's really.
From Tamarack Municipal Association. I guess that's my biggest angst, is I want to make sure that people that have bought in there are not going to lose what they bought for. DJ, do you have anything else you want to add?
Well, thank you. Yes, I just want to reiterate really directly to the question you just stated. There is no plat recorded that says the golf course is open space. Those lands are unplatted. Nothing has been recorded to encumber them in that way. There's nothing other than marketing materials, perhaps, that might indicate it would be there forever. And they don't own it, and they didn't own it since 2004, I believe, was when it was severed to West Mountain Golf. So there's no real way I can see that they can use it as open space, and we're really looking for confirmation from that here today that our property is not being dedicated as open space. It looks like they don't need it anyways, and as Cinda has said, you could waive it if they do need it. It still require us to dedicate, half of 223 acres to open space if we developed. So it's not like we're just going to. Anyways, I think that I want to address that issue because nobody has anything to believe this is any way there was a guarantee or a promise this would be open space. And that's all. That's the only really thing I need to rebut there. Oh, as to the changes, they had stables planned and a zip line planned for the Aspen Ridge subdivision. So those were fairly major amenity changes. They just took away and put a subdivision there. I'm not sure that this meets the requirement of not being a substantial change that requires a full hearing. But anyways, thank you.
And in response to that, would you state that the flexibility clause of that, they could move that horse arena and the zip line to a different location, which I believe their zip line is already in place at a different location?
Well, they decided not to do an arena because it isn't compatible with the biking community.
So they've included, instead of a horse arena, they've included a lot more bike trails and outdoor hiking
zip line.
opportunities and the zip line. I have no problem stating, you know, that the golf course is not being used and is not stated that that is open space into the future. It's two different separate entities. They can come together outside of this meeting to see if it becomes one or not. But
I agree with you, and even Chris Kirk stated they have a lot of other ground that they can use to meet that open space. So I don't think the golf course is really pertinent as far as the open space issue.
no, I agree.
I think really what the rub comes down to me is on the easement side of it. And it sounds like there's easements to access the golf course now in place that were designed in the original buildup of the golf course. So personally, I think that issue's been handled as well. I remember going by this way back when, wondering what they were going to do with this kind of a dry piece of knob, because it was pretty dry and not very attractive. And I think that I don't remember ever seeing anybody using it as a road or anything much going out there. So I don't think that's a very strong issue either, especially if there's easement already provided for golf course access.
I agree. Just because I use my neighbor's property the way I want, that doesn't necessarily mean that gives me an easement right. So we will let them litigate that in court, and I don't think we have to be any part of that. So
The percentage grade is what you're, yeah. 22, yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's way too steep for a road.
a lawnmower.
Does any of you got us a motion? Yeah, I will. Just, no, well, I guess my next question is, do we still need to have a public hearing on 21-04? It's a separate issue? Okay, so then I'm going to go ahead and close this public hearing for 2103 and bring it back to commissioners and what you want to do.
I think I just made my statement. I mean, we will let them litigate whatever the easement issues are outside of this hearing, and you know, our responsibility is to see the application that's in front of us. We've done that. I don't see any problems with it. They meet open space requirements and the PUD requirements without using additional property. So would move to approve this.
Echo those sentiments exactly. I was
So
thinking
you
the
would
same
move
thing.
to
Yeah.
deny the appeal, and
Correct.
you make that motion?
I move that we deny the appeal CUP 21-03 Tamarack Resort Aspen Ridge.
Second that.
And he seconded, moved and
Make sure
seconded.
we're
Any
for
more
it.
discussion?
Cindy, do we need, in that motion, do we need to accept any of the conditions and findings from the P and Z?
I'll bring this.
You'll-
And if you agree with what you said, to add, you can just accept theirs as your own.
Okay, and accept the planning and zoning conditions and facts as presented.
As amended.
As a minute, it's been moved and seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries. So at this time, we will go right into the next public hearing. This is an appeal of conditional use permit 21-04. Same kind of process as before. At this time, I'll ask if anyone on the board has ex parte or conflict of interest.
I do
I
not.
do not.
I do not. So at this time, we will turn it over to staff.
Beth, could you mute your computer while you're not speaking, please? Thank you.
The staff report for the appeal of P and Z Commission approval of conditional use permit number 2104 Tamarack Resort PUD Crestport. The appellant is Idaho Pacific Investments LLC. The applicant is Angel Mendez for Tamarack Real Estate Holdings LLC. Representative is Chris Kirk. The site is 6.6 acres of Tamarack Resort Planned Unit Development 2.1 Block 6, located in the southwest quarter of Section 32, Township 16 North, Range 3 East in Valley County, Idaho. On March 11, 2021, the Planning and Zoning Commission approved a conditional use permit to amend and preliminarily plat a portion of Tamarack Resort Planned Unit Development Phase 2.1 Block 6, by plotting 6 single-family lots, a new road, a shared driveway, and a recreational easement lot. The 6 estate lots would be in the northwest corner of Whitewater site. The new proposed residential lots would range from 0.6 to 1.8 acres in size. The site was originally designated as V5 in Phase 3, and that was for 8 villa lots of less than a quarter acre each. Lots will be accessed directly from Whitewater Drive, while the remaining 4 will be accessed from a new private road. The site is served by North Lake Recreational Sewer and Water District and Tamarack Municipal Water System. Findings, Planning and Zoning Commission approved 2104 with conditions at a property notice public hearing on March 11, 2021. The appeal was received in a timely manner on March 22nd with the appropriate fees. The appeal was attached. Issues being appealed are summarized as follows. Tamarack Resort 2 should not be allowed to rely on the Idaho Pacific Investment LLC property being open space to meet the 50% requirements of the Ludo 9-9-7I. Response: that the applicant has confirmed that there is still 50% open space within the development. Even if the golf course is removed, there should continue to be dedicated open space, especially if you include the entire ski hills. The P&Z Commission found that Tamarack Resort continues to meet open space requirements, and I listed Valley County Code 9-9-7I common open space, which allows the commission to reduce the open space from the 50% to what they I previously gave you the maps as prepared by Chris Kirk, stating what the open space currently is on the site. There are 301 acres that can still be developed and continue to meet the 50% space. And then they're showing that for better visual. Legal notice was posted in the Star News on April 1st and April 8th. Potentially affected agencies were notified on March 25th. Neighbors within 300 feet of the property line were notified by fact sheet sent March 25th. The site is posted on March 30th, and the application and notice were posted on the Valley County website on March 25th. Facts and conclusions. Attached to the facts and conclusions that were approved by the Planning and Zoning Commission. Part of the Valley County Board of Commissioners' decision are to comply with the requirements of Valley County Code 9-5H-11-8. Following are the conclusions of the Planning and Zoning Commission. Both uses in harmony with the general purpose of the Valley County ordinances and policies and will not be otherwise detrimental to public health, safety, and welfare. Both uses consistent with the Valley County Comprehensive Plan. Valley County has one mixed-use zone that promotes mitigation of potential impacts. Both uses compatible with surrounding land uses. Both subdivision is within the approved West Rock Resort planned unit development, now known as Tamarack Resort. The original West Rock PUD provided for flexibility in Section I application review. The current application CUP component including drainage, road, utilities, and related facilities throughout this amendment as follows, as allowed. The subdivision complies with the original West Rock Facilities Program summary. Tamarack Resort continues to meet open space requirements. Tamarack Resort continues to meet employee housing requirements. Tamarack Resort has not met its maximum number of approved dwelling units. Land use applications and approvals go with the land, not with the owners. Planning and Zoning Commission decision is on this site-specific application. No substantial changes to Tamarack Resort continues to work with the Valley County Board of Commissioners on outside impacts as required in the capital contribution agreement. And this particular application will reduce the approved density of the originally approved 18 villa lots. Minutes for the Planning and Zoning Commission were attached for your review. The original staff reports for the Planning and Zoning Commission were attached for your review. Agency comments received were actually part of the Planning and Zoning Commission record. Staff questions, comments, or recommendations. The Commission should be aware that the original PUD approved documents included provisions for flexibility. And conditions of approval are ones before, just the typical ones we have on all subdivisions. Must comply with the requirements previously approved as PUD 9801 Tamarack Resort. Any subsequent amendments must have an approved stormwater management plan, the site rating plan approved by the Valley County engineer prior to any work being done on site. Applicant's engineer shall confirm all utilities were placed according to the approved plans. Prior to recordation of the plat, the developer's engineer shall certify that the road is constructed in accordance with the plans approved by the developer's engineer. A private road declaration is required to confirm that the road will be maintained by the Tamarack Municipal Association. CC&I should address lighting and limit each lot to one wood burning device. All lighting must comply with the Valley County lighting ordinance. Shall place address numbers at each building. Entrance. Work with the Southern Idaho Timber Protection Association along with the Donley Rural Fire Protection Association to implement the wildfire prevention and protection plan and amend as agreed. That ends my staff report.
Cindy, in that, what I was looking for is the roads, making sure that the roads were built to county standards. So our engineer will bring that to, is it a Class A, Class B? I mean, do we know what that road standard is that we're going to be
Whitewater
required?
Drive, where the access with the new road off of, is built to the Tamarack
UDs?
standards.
Okay.
PUD standards. They were allowed to relax those requirements in the PUD for 50-foot right of way instead of the traditional 70-foot right of way. And this will comply with what was previously in the Tamarack plan unit development.
Okay.
And they are all privately maintained out and paid.
Just right up at the top now and in, really slick conditions. I just want to make sure that a fire truck can get up there because this is right backed up to all of the timber.
I believe that there's nothing over 10%, which would not be allowed by the fire department. You can verify that with Chris.
Okay, any more questions for Cinda?
None for me.
Cinda, this is kind of the similar argument, is that correct?
This is very similar to the previous public hearing where we thoroughly discussed open space. You
Okay.
might want to incorporate those conversations into this record.
Okay, any more questions for Cinda? If not, we will go to the appellant. DJ, I guess you're up.
Thanks. I would like to, if it's allowed, to incorporate my comments from the prior hearing so we don't have to rehash it all. Is that okay with the commission?
Sure.
Okay. So the only thing I would like to point out in addition to what I've said earlier, I think you may be creating a reviewable error here. And I want to reiterate, you've considered evidence that was submitted and I saw for the first time this morning. The Planning and Zoning Commission did not see those calculations or drawings related to how much open space Tamarack actually had left. They didn't see that. That math wasn't there. Now, what I think creates a reviewable error here is that you're relying on evidence that wasn't before them rather than remanding it to them for review and consideration. And sitting in an appellate capacity, I think that's an error. I think that if you did make a finding that they don't need, that our property is not part of the calculation, we don't have an appeal. But if you leave it ambiguous, whether or not you're trying to include our property as part of their PUD, that is an appeal. And so that's the only comments I want to reiterate here. You can't use that evidence. You need to remand it back and they need to make specific findings. We'd like that finding to be that this property is not part of the PUD open space. Thank you.
My response to that is, Commissioner Mopin, is that I did not rely on any information that I received today to make this decision. I relied on the fact that we can reduce the open space under 50% if we so choose.
Yes.
Out of our ordinance 95H12.8, the board, and this has to do with appeals, the board may sustain, deny, amend, or modify the decision of the board is final and need not be referred back to the commission. It will refer the matter to the commission. You're not required to remand it back to them.
And we've done that very rarely. One time maybe.
And I didn't rely on that anyway. We're relying on information outside of that. So we have the ability to take it under the 50% anyway.
Hey, TJ, anything else you want to add? If not, I'll
No,
move on
thank
down.
you.
Okay, we're going to go to testimony of proponents. Anyone online or in the audience?
Commissioners, Jeff Wardle, on behalf of Tamarack, and agree that this is essentially the same issue that Mr. Anksman argued before. The only thing I would add and point out is not only do we agree with staff's interpretation of your ordinance, the reality is that any evidence that was presented today merely confirmed the fact that the Planning and Zoning Commission had made the correct determination. So I disagree that there's any degree of reversible error here, because there is nothing to reverse. All our consultant did was prepare an evaluation confirming the fact that the findings of the Planning and Zoning Commission on the issue of 50% or more, could be met. And I think the commissioners themselves have correctly stated what you are permitted to do under your ordinance. So would request that you deny the appeal.
Okay, we are actually in the proponent section.
Oh, sorry.
Yep, that's all right. Anyone else that's a proponent? Anyone that is uncommitted? Just let the record show none. And then we will take your testimony as an opponent. Is that okay with you, sir?
Thank you.
Anyone else opposed, online or on the phone or in the audience?
Could I ask that Chris respond to the road issue?
Chris, are you still there?
Yes, I am. Yeah, Chris Kirk, 58 Velvet Falls, Tamarack. Yeah, the road meets our standards that were established through the PUD. So the 50-foot right-of-way is an established standard at Tamarack. The road at Crest Court starts out at a 3% gradient or 30 feet and then transitions into a 5% gradient. And then there's a very short portion that is 8%, and then it flattens out. And there is a fire turnaround at the very end with 60-foot legs and a fire hydrant. So, it meets all the requirements of the standards that were set through the PUD and meets fire department requirements also.
Okay, any more questions for Chris?
None for me.
Any more questions for TJ? Any more comments? At this time, I will close the public hearing at 3:08 and begin deliberations.
Based on what we've already heard and what we decided in the previous hearing, that we're pretty well set.
And I'm happy to hear that there are less lots than was previously platted. So it will make for a lot less traffic up and down that road.
We good with this?
Do I need a motion to deny the appeal or accept the appeal, however you feel?
I would make a motion to deny the appeal, unconditional use permit 21-04, and I believe we need to accept the facts and conclusions as well. And we'll include the information that we heard about the open space in the previous hearing.
I'll second that.
Moved in second. Any more discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
I hope our next plat is local housings.
Thank you, guys. Have a great day.
There's a theme.
Thanks a lot.
I'm going to continue to beat that drum until we get there.
Okay. No, that's fine. You can go ahead and do that while we're doing the yellow pine. Next item on our agenda is a public hearing.
If you can give me just 1 minute, Mr. Chairman, I'm trying to.
Why does this have to be a public hearing?
Because ICDBG grants require it.
Cindy, you're gonna have to tell me pick which one here.
Oh, for the resolution.
Just a normal one? I got a variance. Here we go. Okay, at this time, I'm gonna announce the public hearing for the Yellow Pine Water Treatment Idaho Department of Commerce block grant. It is roughly 3:10. I'm going to ask if anyone on the board has a conflict of interest.
I do not.
I do not.
I do not. The way this will work, we'll have a staff report from staff, the testimony of proponents, uncommitted opponents, testimony of public in person or on the phone, and then we will close the public hearing and deliberate after that. So at this time, I've announced the public hearing. I will ask for a staff report. And Mary, you going to do that?
Sure, I'm just going to go ahead and read the actual public hearing.
Okay.
The grant submittal is on behalf of Yellow Pine Water Users Association. Valley County is submitting a proposal to Idaho Department of Commerce for an Idaho Community Development Block Grant, ICDBG, for post-disaster funding on behalf of Yellow Pine in the amount of $150,000. And Christina is going to take over and review the grant that's going to be.
Okay, so then Christina, it's all in your lap.
Okay, perfect. Well, good afternoon, commissioners and county staff, residents and guests, if there's anybody there. I can only see the commissioners, so I'm not sure if there's anybody else in the room, but if there are, welcome. It's my pleasure, of course, to be meeting with you all this afternoon during this public meeting. So I just wanted to take a few moments just to provide to the public and to the commissioners a short presentation on the need for the project. And this goes back to the publication of this. We need to go over just the need for the project, the application process, which includes this public hearing, the proposed scope of work for the emergency project, the opinion of project costs, anticipated funding that we're in the process of finalizing the procurement on, and then the expected benefits to the community and to the county. So if you are ready to go, I just have a few slides to show you here. So Doug, if you're okay, I'm going to go ahead and share my screen.
Yep, go ahead.
Okay. Let's get this on here. All right. So can everybody see my screen?
Yep.
Perfect. Okay, so I know that I've shown this picture so many times, so we're all aware that we are specifically focused on the damaged transmission and distribution main. There's significant leakage after the earthquake that occurred just a little over a year ago, so really that points to the event. So with these post-disaster applications with the Department of Commerce, which is the focus of this presentation and this public hearing, there does have to be a natural event that occurs and causes, it can be directly related to the causation. So what we have seen and what we have compiled as far as data goes is that there is actually significant leakage that occurred after the earthquake. These pictures were taken about 6 weeks ago, and it's my understanding that it's gotten even worse up there, a little bit more muddier. There are some sinkholes, some small sinkholes that are forming. So this damage in the transmission and distribution main is contributing to excessive water demands on the plant that in and of itself is damaged. And we saw pictures of that last week when I shared with you all. But really the focus of this project is at this time, due to the funding constraints and the immediate needs, is really to replace first the transmission and distribution main, and then we've got to deal with that supply issue up on the hill. So as you all know, there are resultant public health and safety issues with damaged transmission and distribution lines. You can actually have an infiltration of contaminants from the groundwater, and so there is concern for that. So DEQ still has them under a public, an ongoing boil order due to that. And there's obviously safety issues, with the roads themselves, with little sinkholes forming, that can be a safety issue as well for travel on that road. So we need to get those things taken care of in pretty short order. So as far as the commerce application process, I think the county has been through this a few times, maybe with a block grant, definitely with the GEM grant that Yellow Pine was a subrecipient to. You do know that you have to, obviously you draft the application, which we've done. Mary and I put that together for you folks a couple of weeks ago. We are anticipating if there are any comments. If there are comments, we will actually need to include those into the application, because Commerce likes to see that not only did this go through a public process, but that as applicants, we have incorporated what the public has to say about that. And that does include anybody who's in the room, commissioners, if you have any comments or questions, we would include those as well. You must host a public hearing, which we're very thankful that the commissioners were agreeable to have that today. We are under a little bit of a time constraint because the Department of Commerce is hoping to receive this final post-disaster application by this Friday. So that does include an electronic copy as well as a hard copy. And if the commissioners are agreeable to this, the Department of Commerce is only a couple blocks from our office, and we're happy to put that all together. So if the commissioners are okay with that, we'll go ahead and we can bind that, get it all bound up and delivered, hand delivered to the Department of Commerce. And I can work with Mary on that. So that's just the process, kind of a very high level. We also need to talk quickly about the proposed project location and scope. So obviously this is going to be in the vicinity of Yellow Pine. And what you see on your screen is a snapshot of the actual project scope. Included in the application, there is an 11x17 document called the Yellow Pine Public Water System Proposed Transmission Main and PRV Vault Alignment. PRVs are pressure reducing valves. So what those are is they'll be installed at various points in the elevation of the system to create 3 pressure zones. So that can actually then result in a controlled pressure between the lower elevations near the river and the higher elevation bench within the water main project area. So really the hope is that, we're going to talk about this in a minute, but the hope is that we will be able to replace at least 2,000 feet with 2,000 feet of that actual water main with 6-inch PVC materials. It'd be fantastic. So we'll talk about that in just a second. We also want to talk about the budget. So here on the screen, you see just a snapshot of the budget. There's a lot of details that go into this, but just kind of at a high level, I do want to show that in the Department of Commerce's application, these fields that you see here in the line items, administrative, so the grant administration, there is obviously some work that will be done on Mary's part and the county's part. So there is an allocation for that work in the amount of $10,000. Then the line items construction and design professional are also shown. Now, I do want you to all know that under design professional, that does include basic engineering, which is $48,000, construction observation, which is a requirement by DEQ to have an actual person with our engineering staff, and we have some of the best construction observation specialists on our staff. One in particular who will be working with Warren Drake, the system operator, and the construction crew that will be hired in the future, and we'll talk about that in a minute. There is a requirement that that person has to be there during the actual construction, so the pulling up of the main and then actually the replacement of that main. That person has to be there to ensure that all of the design standards and construction standards by the state of Idaho for municipal water systems are met. So that's about $20,000 of that total that you see there under design professional. Then we also have incorporated in under that design professional line item, you have legal costs, which include collaboration with the county, rights of way documentation. We also have administrative fees that may arise, and that can include anything from contractor pay applications to Davis-Bacon wage monitoring on the end of the DEQ grant. That's not included with the administrative portion that Mary's going to be a part of, obviously, because there are Davis-Bacon wage requirements. So she and I will work together on those. Then you've also got site surveying and mapping. You have some environmental components, including notifying and talking with any sort of cultural and or historical units. Those are requirements from DEQ and USDA and Commerce, all of which we are working with. It also includes an O&M manual for the section of water main that will be replaced. So I just want you all to understand that there's a lot more going on in that design professional line item, and we're not in the application, we're not able to modify those line items, but that the detailed budget does show up later in Ed Stowe's simplified engineering report, which is an appendix in Appendix H. If anybody wants to go and look through that simplified engineering report, there's a detailed analysis of the actual costs. So I want to also talk really quickly about, we are anticipating that DEQ, USDA, and the Department of Commerce will each be bringing $150,000 of grant monies to this project. But we also want everybody to understand that due to the remote location of Yellow Pine, the high demand for civil construction contractors right now, I'm sure that the county commissioners, I can't see any of you right now. I can just see my screen, but I'm sure you all understand this. You've probably heard about the market. It is incredibly busy right now. So due to the high demand for civil construction contractors, and also the availability, or I should say the unavailability in many areas for domestic materials, which we do need to use in this project, and then also the prevailing wage requirements. We're hoping to get at least 2,000 feet of transmission main. But if the bids come back a little higher than our engineers are anticipating, we may have to split this project out as bid alternatives just to accommodate some of those uncertainties that we are seeing in our industry right now. I know that this is a problem not only countywide, but statewide and nationwide. So we're already working with a lot of the materials salespeople that we know that they sell PVC, they sell some of these components, and we're already starting to tell some of the contractors that we work with throughout Valley County, Boise County on these public works projects, hey, we're going to be putting this out to bid, trying to anticipate or actually just garner some attention to this project and just the nature of the emergency that it is right now, to try to get some folks interested in bidding on this project. But we're we may be constrained. We're not sure, but we may be constrained by that. So we'll have to just see about, how many miles of main can we get. Another component of this public hearing is that we're supposed to talk about the anticipated benefits, and really the anticipated benefits are not only locally, they'll be seen locally in Yellow Pine, but they'll also be realized in the county. And so really, what are those? Well, we'll be able to immediately repair some of the sections of damaged pipe, which will address immediate public health and safety issues that are included in that main. So that little section of road that we saw the picture of, that will be an area that we're hoping to immediately address any public health and safety issues that are correlated to that. We're hoping to reduce the potential groundwater contaminants and sinkholes in the roadways as well. The little item number 2 there, reduce excessive capacity demands. That obviously when you replace broken main with main that is, completely encircled, it will reduce the capacity that is on the system that's up on the hill that we saw pictures of last week. That should be immediately realized, and Warren Drake, the operator, would be able to show that through the production data. Number 3, we are going to all continue on with the collaboration between Yellow Pine, the community members in Yellow Pine, the businesses in and around Yellow Pine, and then obviously the agencies. This is pretty important because, as you know, Yellow Pine is under that boil order. Yellow Pine has also been visited by DEQ, the compliance folks, and there are some future issues that do need to be addressed. And the Yellow Pine board members and Warren Drake, the drinking water system operator, and Mountain Waterworks as the Yellow Pine engineer, as well as others, have been meeting continuously with the compliance agencies, including DEQ and USDA, to address those future needs. So this project kind of gets us back on our feet and puts us in a really good position to address those future needs. And then obviously this will provide opportunities to residents and businesses, and then surrounding businesses and future businesses that may be coming into the area. So what are our next steps? With regards to this application, as well as others, I'll just give you a quick status. Like we said at the very beginning of this, it's anticipated that the completed final application will be submitted in both hard copy and electronic copy to the department this week. That's when Dennis is expecting that. USDA, through their emergency program, they have an online application, and that has been completed and is actually under review right now with USDA. And included in your packet, or included in the draft application, is a letter from Noe Ramirez, the community development specialist. And this was supported by Noel LaRouque, who is the state coordinator for the state of Idaho, who has authority to allocate these funds to Yellow Pine. They are completely supportive of this, and it is anticipated that once they go through their process with their Office of General Counsel, that they will be awarded, that Yellow Pine will be awarded $150,000 from USDA, probably within 2 or 3 weeks. Department of Environmental Quality, we're working with their staff. Mariana Peavy, who is the State Grants and Loans Bureau Chief, is currently writing a letter in support, similar to Noe Ramirez's letter, stating that it's the understanding of DEQ that they will also be supporting this in the amount of $150,000. So we will be including those letters into this grant application. So we're pretty excited about that. So all of these applications will be in this week. They will go under their underwriting components. Each agency has their own kind of mechanism that they internally that they work through. And then what they do is they, if approved, what they then do is go through their security agreements, typically called a letter of conditions, stating that that Yellow Pine will, through the allocation of this grant funding, will achieve things along the lines of American iron and steel materials being used, Davis-Bacon wages being used, that, state of Idaho and Clean Water Act, EPA guidances will be followed, et cetera. And we can share those with the commissioners as soon as those come alongside. So really, we can't really move forward until we have all of the funding in place, because based on that secured funding, and as stated previously in this short presentation, the project scope has to be tightened to ensure that the maximum amount of transmission and distribution main can be installed and brought immediately online. So we have to make sure that we have the budget available, and then obviously those bids have got to come in at what we are seeing, in the valley and in the state of Idaho. We're hoping that we can achieve that. So that is, for the most part, that is the conclusion of my short presentation here. And now I will just turn it over to the commissioners and follow your process on public comment period.
Thank you, Christina. You did a great job.
Thank you.
At this time, we will, is there any questions for Christina or Mary? If not, we're going to move right on through this pretty fast. Is there any testimony, people that are a proponent of this? And I do want it to go in the record that we have 8 different support letters from residents of Yellow Pine. Sue Nider, Terry Malik, Billy Greenway, Maureen Munn, Nikki Saline, Meryl Saline, Lynn Imel, and Steve Holloway all wrote letters of support for the record. Is there anyone else in the audience or online? Okay, then we'll move on down. Any testimony of uncommitted? Please let the record show there was none. Any testimony of opponents? Please let the record show there was none for opponents. Anyone on the phone or in the public? I want to make sure everybody's had their chance. If not, I will close the public hearing then at 3:33 and bring it back for deliberations. Mary or Christina, I'm not quite sure how to do the resolution. Is that part of this public hearing? Resolution 21-11?
No, I don't believe that has to be.
We just go ahead and approve it and sign it? Because you need this for the application. And this is a fair housing resolution, basically stating the minimum for fair housing, which will help us qualify for this application. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Everyone good?
Very much so.
So then I guess we need a motion to approve the community block grant for the Yellow Pine water treatment system.
So do we need to pass the resolution first so that we actually have an active resolution? That would be my recommendation.
We'll do that first, okay?
I move that we pass resolution 21-11, our fair housing resolution.
Second that.
Moved and second, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
And then I would move that we approve the CDBG grant for the Yellow Pine water treatment.
I'll second that.
Moved and seconded, any more discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries. There you go, bada bing, bada boom.
Thanks for all your hard work.
Thanks for your work on that.
Both of
Thanks
you,
for all your
yep.
hard work, Christina.
Yeah, thank you.
You're very welcome, commissioners, and thank you, Douglas and Mary, for all of your work as well. And then I just want to interject, if I could. I believe, Mary, you have the letter, the cover letter, and the certification document that also need to be executed by the commissioners.
Yeah, he's signing them.
Okay.
Finished up.
Perfect.
All done.
Thank you all very much. We really appreciate everybody's work on this, and thank you for offering us this time together to talk about the community. And we will be in communication on the status of these grant applications.
All right. Thank you. Have a great day.
You too. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. There you go. Thank you, Mary. Great job. Yeah, I know we're a little behind. We apologize to DF. We're going to get to it. So our next agenda item is a workshop with DF Development. Jimmy, you want to come on up? Larry, let's all sit down here at the table. I think Cinda's getting us some maps.
Idaho did not get any seats in this.
We can kind of sit down and chew the fat.
No new seats for the census. I just announced the census results. I don't know if it's results.
That's a bummer. That's because none of us replied. I mean, everybody in
It's very
Idaho
low
would
turnout,
respond to it. Yeah. That sucks. Let's see, we've got an hour. Do you want to take us a long break?
Do I want to what?
We need a break for a second?
Yeah, sorry.
I don't. I'm easy either way.
Welcome back. Good to see you. You as well. Good winter? Yes, sir. How about Were you at home next this winter? You join us? Yeah. I just listen over your shoulder.
Yes. Cinda, you're gonna have all of it up there anyway. I'll sit up here. That way we're distanced.
You guys want to just go through this road at a time, finish, just look at all the roads first and then make comment afterwards, or make comment as we go.
Well, at some point, we need to talk about what you guys want out of this. We need to get, some clarification on what you're thinking about and what we're thinking about. And whether you go first or last or roads first, it doesn't matter.
That's okay, I'd like to hear your thoughts.
Road? Yeah, come up with a list. Well, I'm gonna turn this over to kind of Larry and Cinda. They know what we're talking about more than anything, but.
We'll start out with Flat Creek.
The issue that Flat Creek that I think we have is not so much DF as and we may need your help on that one. He's got a little something there on the south end that he doesn't feel like it's.
This shaded area is owned by DF Development. This is the road, this is Molly turns into Flat Creek, and Flat Creek goes through. DF Development then comes out into state land and then continues up the Gold Court. This is where it comes out. This is the court we're talking about here. This is
That blue road, one we gave away, wasn't it? It went through Phil's place.
I don't know why that's in here. He gave away the one down here.
Oh, no, that's not the road.
No, I don't know why that's.
It's the one out in the middle of that big field.
I don't know why that's there. But in some Metzger maps that went back to the 1880s, it showed this Flat Creek Road going through those different township sections and ranges. Since the road has been moved because they put a dam in here, right here, and so it didn't follow its historical location. So that would have to be something that was either agreed to with Phil because it didn't exist back in the 1880s, or something that was settled in court. So that's kind of why Flat Creek.
That road, that Flat Creek Road over the dam, was there did we give up the easement for that road?
We'll put the dam in.
We never really had it. We only went out to the old homestead.
The roads that he maintains. Not for what we have historically claimed as county, because historically claimed Holly and Flat Creek as county in our rural addressing book. They had invalidated. That's,
So Cindy, who put the dam in? Who actually changed? Okay, so because he changed the county road, is there anything that stated that he was allowed to do so?
I don't know.
Okay, so that one I think is, I mean, DF, obviously, we would love to have your section of road, and then we can actually go after the RS 2477, if that is a road that we want to maintain, but then it, yeah, that wouldn't have anything to do with.
So that one is a great one for recreation. It's a beautiful road, actually. It's in pretty good shape. There isn't a lot of things that we would need to do to it. If there was any, real quickly, as we would take over these roads, if there's work that needs to be done, and there is on a few, we would apply for a IDPR grant, called High Clearance Road. So the next one would be Ken Lake.
Wait a minute, before you move on though, Larry.
Yes.
We need to go back and talk a little bit about, so did you know where the gate is now on Flat Creek? Is it right there on the east side of the pond?
Just past the reservoir, about where the M is, I think.
Where the M is on small.
I would suspect that it's right here where DF development property is.
I think that's where it is, right there somewhere.
DF gated this. Years ago, we had worked with the other gentleman from Texas on the north and made him take his gate off Flat Creek. He gated this one, blocks it, that's it.
Got a couple gates on it.
And we made him take those out, or not lock them.
We took them out.
So we still have the issue to deal with Phil on this road, but that's one. Yeah, you can go.
Yeah, thank you. Ken Lake Creek.
This is the road I believe, Jimmy, we started on first looking at.
This is the one that Jeff and I went and toured, and it was in pretty good, actually, the road itself is in good shape. It needs brushing. It's a lot of brushing at the northeast end of it.
If you're gonna open it up for ATV or all vehicles, you really have to get a brushing machine up there to brush it?
I think we would. And we've got access to a record again, and I've talked to the grant people. These are the type of things we can get grants.
What road are we talking about, Cindy? The one that goes right up through the shaded area?
I am
It's kind
uncertain.
of hard to see.
There's a lot of different roads running through this property,
Yes.
and I'm not sure where it leaves Goldsburg at.
It takes off right before the hot springs, the old Sloan's Point Road. Go past Little
Yes.
Valley,
Go to the left of the G, isn't it?
go find Little Valley.
Other way.
There's slow.
We can't interrupt there. Zoom it in. That's the hot spring, go back here, keep going. Okay, there's the 90. Yep, so that's it right there.
It goes. Now, which spur?
Where does that connect back
Right?
into, Jeff?
Comes in just above the 4 pipes, the two, McKinley Creek goes underneath that.
I'll admit that we got lost twice.
About a half a mile of that.
So-
So it comes in, keep going down.
Or yeah, as I said, it's gotta be back
Go,
from Powellson.
pull this down here a little ways. Okay, there's the campground. Kinley Creek, it's right here somewhere, so it comes in right in here somewhere. Wasn't very far up from the Kinley Creek culverts.
Does it go through these two state pieces?
We came to one state
I don't
piece.
know, Jimmy's looking. Don't remember seeing any blazes or anything up there.
So the rest of that up there is state ground, the Ridgeview Road, Polson Creek,
State
That's
ground.
federal, yeah.
or is there? Okay.
That's private, that's state of Idaho. Everything over here is.
That's a better look
Yeah,
at
they
it
have
right
better
there.
aerial maps than we.
That guy that took me and Larry on the job, man, he had like that set up on his.
So it's not like close to that state.
Yeah, he did. That was pretty amazing.
So then it's, correct me if I'm wrong, Jimmy, it's this road right here?
Looks like,
Looks right.
might be a little further over.
Over here?
Yeah, it might be that one.
You go back up, Cinda?
Oh,
Let's see where
after-
this comes out. This goes out, comes up here.
It's
So
gotta
everything
be
kind
right
of
there,
comes
yeah.
together right there. Okay, now go down. So it's this road.
There's a lot of zigging and zagging.
Yeah, so
Where is it?
where it comes back out, there's well, it's,
Height of those two state pieces.
yeah, it's,
So it's one of these two.
I almost think it's, no, it's gotta be this one right
Let's
here.
see what these are.
If you look at where it comes out, go back down for a second.
Well, that goes up and comes back around like that.
Up is down, down is up.
Up in the middle.
Nope.
of
Nowhere up there.
Pretty much.
Yeah, so
This
it's
is
just,
the road
I just
here.
gotta trace it back down, so it's, yeah.
We just know that goes for recreation.
Yep, there we go.
Goes here,
It's not good shape.
comes on
Yep,
down.
there's that 90 right there.
Other than the lower part where the cows. spend.
Come on,
Yeah,
going
there we
up.
go.
Yeah.
Whoa,
Some of
whoa,
that
whoa,
lower
whoa.
one's got some very-
Comes down
Just gonna need some.
here.
I'm
Here,
surprised how much that road was.
going up. Yeah, wait a minute.
Now you're almost back a little bit over there.
See, now it takes a jump. Does this little curly Q?
Oh, there you go.
Goes down here.
Yeah. Back up the main road.
It actually follows it right here. Here. Into the main road. This is a great ramp here.
Isn't that great?
We need to get this.
It's just a layer.
It's a very expensive layer.
Got a satellite deal on it, so it was following us.
Yeah, as we're driving, it's showing us where we are and. Anyway, and that one's got so much potential for you, for development, for us, for recreation. And that's the one that at the bottom of it, I'd like to talk to you about the opportunity to buy an acre and a half of land. Right at the bottom, RV park or park. I don't think you're gonna get that much more use out of that, right? It's not. It'll be.
An acre and a half is big enough for a parking lot. Probably got a stretch you want.
Maybe brush tree, but that's 2 acres. That's, I would say that's kind of about.
Yeah, and that works pretty darn.
I mean, there's not a lot of snowmobiles that
We need
use
about
that.
5
up there.
No, it's not gonna be it's not gonna be a winter thing.
Oh.
It'll be a summer.
Not
Hey,
for a
we can
while.
ask for whatever we want. All they can do is make it smaller, so
Well,
that's big.
What we can afford.
That's big.
Yeah, this will be more ATV, UTV, mountain bike, and, of course, high clearance road, because if they develop, they're gonna have.
The one thing about that road is so many roads off the site. Who's gonna control those? We have public easement going through there. Who or what is gonna stop people from going up in there halfway and going, oh, let's go see where this road goes. Let's see where this road goes.
I think that's all gonna come down to sign. We're just gonna have to sign it really well.
Well, what
Like
do
we
you
did
what
on
do you
recreation.
predict? Jimmy, are those roads gonna be gated or will they be painted or what's your guys' plan? I would think because there's a lot of off these main roads.
I mean, just the signage alone, I'm a hunter, I'm a motorcycle rider. I'm gonna go up there and drive up the road.
So you're gonna take every
and-
side
and
road.
and decide to go walk up this ridge, which I know I'm not gonna be able to do, but it's gonna tell Joe Blow from wherever that you can't shoot an animal off of this road without stepping on the private property. I mean signage, but signage only goes as good as the person that's reading it.
It really comes, and it comes down, a lot of it's education.
Yeah, it's
putting up
education.
kiosks at
Right.
entry points and actually, because the roads that we've worked on that way, it's been really well surprising. Please and thank you works really well. It's
Yes.
almost surprising.
One of the reasons for this. Wildfire. Had to have an access out of there. This is an exit. Other one coming down. But we get fire gone, there's no way to get out.
That's the Sloan Point Road, that's open now, isn't it?
That's the big route that we maintain.
Our next road is Horse Thief to Clear Creek, which is a national record.
In the horse that you get a wildfire in the north, you have to put her out to the south.
Tell you what.
Go ahead and
Warmer.
Works Horse Thief. That's right.
And it's just a little short road that,
It's only 4 or 5 miles through there.
that is very short road, but
It
the
goes from
bottom
here.
end towards Clear Creek is really steep and you get a lot of washing.
They
A
grant
lot of
for it.
bars.
They grant for it, get engineered rock on it.
So, but, when you come down from the short end.
This way?
No, other way. So it's closed. Is it closed here, Jeff?
To the left, right there, yes.
Closed here to go on,
Oh, it's closed all the way,
all the way up?
yeah.
Yeah, it's a, actually, this is where we have some disagreement. The rural addressing book validated all of this as a public road that came out by Crowd Creek and then out. But I believe they've gated it just south of YMCA.
Yeah, it's just south of the YMCA camp, I think.
This is the road that everybody uses to come in, isn't it?
That's the one that goes through Kennedy's property.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, you're right.
There's the sewer stuff from YMCA. It's just about that, you just,
Right here.
not there. Oh, right there at the T, okay. Just about.
That's where DF starts, they gated it here. Parker. Clear Creek. Then the Lost Basin is right up here.
I didn't know where that was.
That one you.
Where does that connect to?
Forest Service.
406, drops back down.
They're planning on doing a bunch of treatment here this year, I think, aren't they? Isn't it this year? Lost Basin, there was 5,700 acres they're gonna touch this year. Well, they have rights through DF, but we don't.
Yeah, they go up that 433 road, that Lost Basin
Well,
road out.
it's a, you know, we're asking for these to just be. We think that they're public roads, the Forest Service roads. It would just be nice to have it, documented.
Part of that. And unless we can show that we have that, we can never be.
But can you go back down towards Clear Creek again, because there's so many roads, I wanna make sure we're on the right one. Okay, so now it takes off, here it is, right here. This road right here. Comes down to Clear Creek. This is really steep through here.
Have it all the time.
I believe you have a layer for that road.
We're out for the, talking about.
That on Kennedy's property.
Route 55.
They
County Plaza is right here. This has been validated with.
Can you put the layer back on that shows the ownership there though? You can see it's only very much of that. Okay, you think you have a public road?
Our address book was adopted by ordinance, validated by the Board of County Commissioners. I think. It's never been. Or actually argued.
Well, all the years I grew up, we went
Except
that
by
way.
Joe.
Especially girlfriend, but we had to open the green gate and shut it behind. With our kids,
That's the problem with Joe right now. Through it, and when it's open, and his cows are getting out of behind us, he just walked it up.
So was that,
This is the reservoir.
that done dirt when
Been in it for that long?
So next one is Patty Flat. This is, we've had that discussion with the commissioners before on crop rate. Didn't go well with me either. Yeah,
Or me.
that's true. That's exactly how it went.
It just goes through the up here.
Where does this go to? Lower?
We've already got it.
That's kind of the farther north road if you decide not to drop down the Loomis side.
Yeah, we've got.
You have development in the future.
Yeah, because if they sell it off, then we're doing this again.
Right.
We need to be the group that finally settles all this stuff.
Right.
That's the upper road, Dave?
Yeah, that's the upper road, the far north one. It goes, the one that goes by Jug Handle Road, and
Oh.
over to Camp Creek, yeah,
Big
yeah.
rock on the corner.
Big views with the cross. So that's all county, or is that one of the agreement roads we have
We
with
do the
Forest
upper
Service?
road, we do the lower road, and they come together there at Rapid Creek.
Remember we sold that other property that was to the east? They found, the surveyor found it. But I don't know if it extended.
That road's actually on my blue line except for where it goes through the private property.
We're right there, okay.
Doesn't get paid for through private district.
For future development and things, you know, that happen, it would be great if we had that. There's never a question that people can use it and plat it. We're
60 Lane is approximately half a mile. It goes from private property to. Tiny.
And I know that there are a lot of existing.
And I think it goes to Third Garden Valley.
I did last summer.
Did you really?
Last summer, yeah.
Oh my.
Lauren,
Yes.
COVID summer.
He's my reference.
Where's the BLM chunk that that road goes through? There's another issue with that access.
Right there. One of the few pieces in
There's a few pieces down along the river somewhere.
Of,
Yeah, both sides of the river.
yes. Yeah, I think we ran into that.
Well, I think somebody has talked to Al Kirby that owns those two private chunks of road. He was good with it, if I remember right. Was the gate and
And talking to these spot in here, make sure that they know that this is a public road. This one down here. Where's Bacon Creek?
Going down. Here it is.
I've talked to
These
those
people-
owners.
Yeah, Scott Freeman has put a gate up and that's a public road.
Where,
Even though it is
Hatfield?
even though it is a public road.
Right on the.
The last time I saw it,
This is actually the road I drove up and then up.
the last time I saw it, the gate was like over here.
Yeah, there's a
somewhere.
gate
it's
there
still
too.
there.
There's a gate.
He doesn't really have that
Right where
gate,
that
it's
building
right at
is.
the ranch right there.
Right at the ranch.
There's a gate right here.
Never seen it closed.
Don't we grade that, Jeff?
Beat it, allow it.
Wow.
And so you put up a
But
gate
Cindy,
here
whose road is this?
first.
We need to send a letter to those folks that can't gate it because
Then it connects.
Fitzgerald was
It
the one that
connects
was
to
gated.
Forest Service from there.
Fitzgerald
Great
was
road.
that family.
Fitzgerald, yeah.
Yeah.
I drove up that road.
And they haven't had a problem. I talked to him. I said, you know, this is not, he says, I know, but if I don't put it closed, people just leave the gate open. Run cows in there. Lots of education.
Okay, but is there any more off that road that DF owns?
No.
Oh, there's DF down the road.
The next one would be. Yeah, we'll go to Packer John next. Packer John gives access to Garden Valley and the.
Just, it goes.
Honestly, I think that could, has potential for ours to force it. Price it didn't.
This is the one that we discussed last year, that, the easements for our towers.
Do we have a repeater up on top of it?
There's a spot on Packer John that's washed out.
All the logging they did in there last year?
Actually, no, it's actually farther
Is that
down
line
the hill.
Boundary? West county line.
This goes over.
Actually made it to Packer John's cabin last year.
Like,
There's an old cabin back in there, and it's awesome shape.
And who that is?
Oh, the Packer John cabin.
yeah, there's that one too.
It's the same
How'd
guy.
you get there?
That road that goes up through right where you were just talking about. And Mike Newsom took me to it. He lives there. Here, and he went right to it, knew where it was. But I'll tell you what, if you get lost,
Is that a cow camp cabin? Is it cow camp? on it?
Which one?
You can go up the Hell Creek Road too.
This one.
you can also come to it from the railroad overpass down to King.
That's Howard's Creek.
Howard's Creek, is that what it's called? I never come up that road.
So there's a small section of Tripod Reservoir, which surprised me. No gates there. Actually talked to Colin about it. He knows.
I still have it highlighted here.
Yeah, there's about 1,300 feet that actually dips into DF development. And we just want to get that clarified so we don't have a
Well,
problem.
that goes to this railroad now.
This
Tripod?
Tripod Reservoir.
This is the road that comes up, right, the High Valley Road, and just as you turn west, it goes down to Tripod Reservoir. Well, a piece of it goes over the corner.
1,300 feet.
This was, you know, of course, it was built for use.
And can you explode that and make that a little bigger? Go the other way, I'm sorry.
You know, and once again, it'd be nice to have that right of way given right up. This road was the original road coming into.
That was the very first road.
Is that right?
They crossed on Smith's Ferry,
This very.
crossed the river and came on into Round Valley.
It doesn't automatically give us a 70-foot right of way, though. It just gives us a right of way.
Just gives us a, yeah.
That goes down, High Valley Road goes down to some more DF development here. At the back way into. Yeah. This is all in Valley County.
That's the groom route coming off the.
Oh, no, Old Barton. High Valley.
You wanna do, Old Cabarton, and we'll do Rising.
High Valley Road.
Right now, we don't have any access. Barton, yeah, from Snowbank over to Sageham. This would give access. Used to be one of the, have some favorite places. UTVs, ATVs.
Couldn't even see a road.
Well, there's lots of roads, there is a road, it's, we don't have a really good map.
There's so many intersections, there's so many roads back
I actually drove that with Colin.
All this stuff is state, there's a lot of state and happening here. We had those roads lined out, Jimmy. That one big map.
The interesting thing about Old Cabarton Road is it is in bad shape. It would need at least 3 new culverts.
Yeah, you gotta get up.
Yes,
ma'am. You got it on this.
I think it's this road here, then,
It
Jeff.
goes off that corner right there.
It's on this map here.
Jimmy shows.
It's right on up through here.
And there's a weird turkey track up there, and if you don't take the right one, you end up in big bogus or little bogus.
Yes.
Oh, I can't really find it, just that.
What is it through there, Larry?
Oh my gosh, I don't think it's even that far. On their property, it's not, you actually go through there, coming from this side, you go through DF and then you get up into IDL.
Right.
And the IDL property is a cost share easement for a short section of the culvert. That's not an issue.
Well, we'll take it further through there probably.
Exactly.
Oh, is that road going up Snowbank?
Oh, the road that goes up there, we took care of that a number of years ago.
We've got an easement all the way to
We-
Fort Service.
That would
boundary.
take care of it.
Not an easement, I think. we own
Can
the
you
right
go
of
up
way.
with your screen set and go through that?
We had your 70-foot. I think we
It's
did.
there.
I think we got 70-foot. I'll show on this map.
This one here is only about 40 feet through this
Oh,
old breaker
oh,
place.
that, yes.
Or part.
And we kind of traded the use of this because we have, well, it was college at the time to get this for service. And
This was,
that was a
if I'm
fee.
right, well, I could be wrong, this is DF here.
Yes.
Isn't it down here? Over here, Jeff, where you take off
Oh, yeah, it's right there off that point.
Grassy
I think
Flat?
that's
This is
Grassy
the road
Flat.
here then that we're talking about.
Yeah, there's somewhere.
Pretty popular road, a lot of people.
That's the one.
That's a good way for the side by side,
Stake eye on.
motorcycles and stuff to get the valley stayed without having to.
Doesn't get them hard, right?
Rising Lane.
Agreement.
Yeah.
That was Snowbank. So you're
That
down,
was
you're
Cabarton.
longer, that was old Barton.
It's actually C.A. Martin. And not Cub Martin, and C.A. was the guy's name.
Oh, thank you.
So,
I wondered where it
You
came
didn't
from.
know that?
No, I didn't.
C.A. Martin.
so if you get
Scan it right there.
better aerial, you can see.
Which one are you talking about in Rising? Is that-
Okay, this one came up the other day.
That's all state through there.
This is all state. This is all state, this is all state, but right here, it goes through the corner of DF Development. Just this little quarter right there.
About 150.
Kind of on the west side of Round Valley.
Yes, and they put a gate. You can't get into any of the state land right there. It's right along your. Gated right there.
So it goes in there.
Yeah, see, it goes like this and comes back out and loops around. Rising Lane.
Oh, my. Yeah. Now, the last one, well, not necessarily last, is Red Ridge. It would be Red Ridge to West Mountain, where A is. That's on
That's
Adams
Adams
County.
County.
There's a lot of stuff that I would love to connect to Adams County.
You don't take a little bit of.
I went fishing there.
Good work. All, and some of it for developments, area from Fish Lake. South is just.
We're talking about Fish Lake.
It comes off the little ski bus on the.
Yeah, it's from about Bear Creek.
We used to raise.
Fishing Game quit stocking. Actually, has over in there.
That comes out of the,
They
back
drained
in the
one.
Whitney Ranch Road. That actually did provide access, I can't remember when it was, but there was a rock slide years and years ago. That was good reroute, yeah.
We actually watched them.
Came up over.
No, not that far. It came out of Whitney Ranch
Okay.
and then up to that gate. and
Yeah.
then
I was gonna say that'd be nasty.
Then it popped out right there across from Brundage again.
Yeah.
Slats.
Same type of road as Smith.
Yeah, it's not bad. The worst thing about that road was that it was that giant assault.
Yeah, the Salt Ridge.
Let's talk to a bunch of those. Bunch of the guys that were down in Utah. All those brand new tires should be back.
To be honest with you, it would be nice to actually get that.
They had.
They used to stop.
Oh, then you're
Like,
right.
that's
It's
not
like,
wrong.
oh,
Yeah. Doing it because they couldn't get paid.
Soft trials tires.
And,
So they destroyed a tire for vacation.
Yeah. Almost.
He's in that.
Pretty much. There's a lot of population.
Oh, I have letters like that.
I'll tell you, I'll just throw a shameless plug out for the bicyclers here, is that is an incredible place to connect if we want to connect the Weezer River Trail to the Long
Sure.
Valley.
It is.
It comes, yeah, it comes right up through New Meadows. So the Weezer River Trail comes up Highway 95. Then, you just come up through Fish Lake and pop out on the road across from Drainage.
We got permission one time to cross that private property down there when they have the New Meadow winter carnivals.
It's in the Valley County Pathways, I believe.
It is.
Is it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a cut zone.
Or you could just jump across the highway and just go basically.
Yeah, then you're on Thorn Creek.
Trail.
Yeah, you're on Thorn Creek, you get on the trail system over there.
Yeah, we did that.
The thing is like everybody's in
It's
the
actually
gravel.
closer connection.
It's like this dual sport of the non-motorized world.
It is, actually.
You know, and you're on a
So,
comfortable bike.
if that were to be
you know,
made,
and then you can go make 50, 60 mile days on it.
Well, it goes through Adams County.
I mean, it'd be a, Fish Lake would be a great place for an RV park and a takeoff for mountain bike trails, separate UTV, ATV trails. You could run all the way down to Smith Ferry from there.
On that little lake. Excellent.
To get everybody off of the other side of the road.
Yeah, I'm looking for
I take my
access.
RV on that said aforementioned Colorado Road.
Wildfire.
Yeah, I don't actually have an RV.
So if you've got fire. Got to have
Gary, you were talking a while back about wanting to meet with Adams County.
So we're actually, Jimmy and I are gonna have dinner. Yeah, I kind of was hoping that would work, but, yeah, we're just gonna sit down. Mike just wants to talk aside from everything. Yeah, exactly, because things, you know, as everybody
What are we talking about on these roads? Public with no maintenance?
It'll be a
Well, I'm certainly willing to help. Is that it? Is that all the roads?
So, yeah, and so what we're looking for, realistically, we're looking for ownership. And as far as maintenance, it would be a high clearance road, so we'd have to run a grader on it once a year. And then I would get grants for any repairs or anything. And I was gonna talk to Jeff later about the possibility, if he needs a grader, we've got dual use equipment right now. We've got a backhoe that we don't have of and
It's
stuff
got
like
graders, I need people.
that. I know, that isn't true.
That'd be a great road to learn how to run.
Well, yeah,
It, so you can't get too far out there?
no, if you screw up, you can just rebury it and start all over again.
I think that would be the way to start it until things start, you know, some stuff. Right now, we need to just come to an agreement, and have an agreement, work on an agreement on the rest of them.
It goes in and out of DF development property, other private properties, Adams and Valley County.
Where's the county line on there, isn't it?
It's the ridge.
Bridge.
I don't have the best.
Actually, the road is in really good shape.
I would have a question for you. I know that property was taken on. So is that a road that would be used in future development along that recreation?
Short answer to that is, this is the road out here. It comes in and out. does,
Jimmy, have you
It's the
met,
top of the ridge. How hard is it gonna be?
have you met with Adams County in the past, or as far as like preliminary conversations like we're having now, or?
You gotta start somewhere. You would help your case with them. We're already doing this in Valley County.
That's what I was thinking too. Part of this is on you guys, part of it's on us. Working with them.
Some of the stuff is not gonna do any good for Valley County to get us to a point. Eight there because
Red Ridge goes from No Business Road to West Mountain Road. All A. Is an excellent spot for RV park, bottom of that.
Let's say unimproved campground.
Okay, well, actually,
RV park sounds.
I know. Does anybody camp any?
Community housing.
And I wouldn't have an improved RV park, I just wanted enough room, that's all. Like we did at Wellington, that's our,
Is that open for snowmobile access in the winter right now?
Red Ridge, we have an agreement with the,
That comes out on 55 across from West.
because we groomed down to A, and we also groomed across, well, we would have groomed across, flats, except that,
I can't picture where A is. Does it
right,
come back out on West Mountain Road?
yeah, right across from that big development down there.
It's north of Black Hawk.
Yeah, just barely.
Is that where C and N are?
Yes, that is where they're,
I see it.
mountain,
I'm not.
yeah, that's where they're. And then we normally come out across X flats, which we just take we've got permission to take a fence down the road right there.
It'd be wonderful to have that.
Oh, absolutely.
Back to the Boise Cascade. Boise Days.
actually two.
That would be the same place like the asphalt plant.
There's two, there's another one south.
No, that's one, but then there's
Isn't
another
that
one.
where the plant was?
Oh, really?
Right there.
Not in Valley
Same
County.
road.
No, no, the asphalt plant is in the Solon's pit. We used to have lease on.
We used to,
Beckles has the lease on that.
we used to cross Solon by the pit. And, we worked with Colin and changed that. Colin was okay. Our agreement.
Okay, so that's all the roads, is that it?
That's it.
So now we get down to the juice of the meat of the bone. And figure out what you want to do. What you guys want in return.
Out of the goodness of their heart.
You mentioned how, our maintenance on these. Some of these that we, some of these we've discussed, maybe I'm wrong.
Most of these roads are in way better shape than any of our. Fifth Creek's a hike. These are all better than that.
When the public really starts.
The key to it is watching the use and then transfer gravel. In fact, part of, I was thinking about that, at the bottom of the road, having some nice property, place to store gravel, pit run, so where the cows run on that lower section. After you get above that.
Talking about repairs, even the Flat Creek Road. If they get logging trucks up there.
I think you can do it, Jeff, because I was on it 2
You
years
can
ago.
do it, I'm just thinking of the wear and tear on
Scratch a little paint.
They've been running long.
So what we are doing right now. So if this is, you guys would be plan-wise. Also, what are the easements? and the width?
So are you proposing?
Well, the goal would be eventually, money to contract that someone can grade those roads, or borrow pits, all that. Doesn't have to be our road department, it might be somebody else entirely, but you would have to help raise the funds. You can do, how many miles of road can you grade a day? 5, 6 miles? I don't know. Most of these roads aren't even that long. Some of them are. They're pretty short.
You gotta look at usage too, I mean, Jimmy said it, you open these roads up, loggers, they maintain them before they go in. And while they're logging, maintain them when they're done, it's closed, it's in awesome shape because drainage is there. Open it up on some of these roads like that Henley Creek deal, there's some kind of wet spots up through there. That road's gonna degrade so fast, you start throwing side by sides on there.
That out there is. That's.
Well, they're, you just can't figure out how to keep going out here.
Problem is, it comes back on us to continue. Comes a big expense. If we open these back up and dedicate these as public roads, zero maintenance, all of a sudden, us to utilize the same road we could utilize before. Having to go back. I see. The problem is, yeah.
I think that what you're asking that is if we get on. Again.
We don't. Then we're granting something that.
Just like all my other, we don't maintain them once or twice a year. Lose their drainage and all of a sudden. What?
Yeah, I was saying, I mean, maybe there's a way we could work together on that, so that you guys knew we were gonna be working on harvest up in that area. Put that on my list for future. I think, would it be something that would be in the no maintenance category or very low maintenance category until it was needed? I mean, get up in there with other vehicles to go cruise or do whatever other activities you need to do. Say, hey, you know, could be putting a sail together in that area or parsing that timber.
Gotta have a plan, at least once a year. Doesn't matter
If
they got
they're in
logging
that high
plans or-
clearance category, right?
It doesn't matter, you designate a high clearance and don't maintain it, you're gonna end up with 2 tracks. That deep right down the middle of the road, guess where the water goes?
Some hard maintenance.
I talked to, I've already started a conversation with.
You're absolutely right.
You know, 2 private contractors on what they would charge us. Really reasonable, yeah, when you contract it out. A little bit less than that. course, my thought, getting ahead of things a little bit, that if we do make this decision, this year start going.
Ask a question. Sorry to interrupt. Current status of the roads we're talking about, privately owned roads and transferred to county, owned by the county or an easement? Private to public.
Well, in the old days, what we do was kind of short version of what you get seen on the, what you pay at. Probably use those roads all the time for hunting, fishing. He just assumed that that was a capability. College community, up in other property. What we're trying to do is build that access back. So that we know which roads are popular, which ones are on Jordan Valley, the Forest Service, or just up to. Those are roads we're asking back, and it's gonna be, I think we're gonna be in a lag time, a year or two before we can get there. But if we can get them and get them on the blue line, we're gonna get some money for that.
Gotta be careful with the blue line.
Even if it's already.
Just like my blue line going up Patty Flat, paid for Forest Service, it's private or state or DF, I get paid, goes back into Forest Service, I start paying again, goes back into state, I lose payment.
Only what you're saying is if we take these on, it's gotta be.
They've gotta be dedicated right of ways.
You need a dedicated
Not
right of way.
easements.
If at that point, once you do that, it's you do the ownership. That prevents property. Got hand by the public and how it's not. See, that's where we have to be. I was gonna say, you know,
We have to own that road to get money.
On Randy said drive, you know, we're, any number of other roads, you know, no business, we're allowing somebody to do maintenance. They're on our blue line.
Oh, yeah.
We could have it covered under a maintenance.
Yes, I see what you mean.
even if it's under county ownership, basically, you know.
Yes, through a maintenance agreement with us. Basically cuts us liable for any damages. But he gets stuck in the wintertime on a winter maintained road that we don't
See,
maintain.
that's the problem, bro. Because if you allow that Jason Lang, we've got this current road going through the property. Road. Us to go in there and it doesn't, hey, do something. So how did that? We're taking all the liability. And honestly, we don't try to.
Part of our MOU is specific.
Thinking, in most cases, you would be like a contractor that can work on our roads.
At the point that we own the road, does that not make it a divide?
They can't build a private road.
I mean, a huge thing down the road for you guys.
We're looking at roads, enforcing, talking about the recreation.
I think it would have to be, I'd have to work with Jeff on it and apply for the grant. IDPR recreational grant. We'll have to manage the grant. I think Jeff. I'll just do a bunch of the
I'm
legwork.
thinking of a lot of our other, I'm gonna call these DF roads, country roads right now. Who's gonna pay that hillside besides the slide? Can we get FEMA money for it? Without legally being ours, so we legally get FEMA money or state money or emergency money to fix it, or do we close it?
I would assume we would close it if it's in our ownership, the deeded right away.
It's gonna be detrimental to the development. I mean, it could happen under their ownership. They would have to fix it if they got a logging job in. But we've made that private road
Dedicated
public.
right away, then it would be, as far as I can.
Dedicated right of way, yes.
Right, then it would be, we could
Yes.
apply for FEMA money.
But, you know, the big issue to get on the blue line is it's gotta have the drainage and the culverts, and they ride these roads and they look at them, and if it's not, then you don't get that money, so.
Was a lot of these, the Gold Fork in the Creek Road that we drove with, Ryan last year. Typical logging road. Whole thing's out slope. No culverts in it, no ditch on the inside. The only place where there's culverts is where there's a draw coming down. There's what, 3 or 4 bad wet spots in there that we'd have to address if I try to figure out how to get that. If cars start using that whole road's gonna start pumping. Road.
What is that one?
That's that Kenley Creek Road. There's a couple of pretty nice springs up there.
Well, I think what we have to ask for ourselves, Jeff, take these roads on and we work them into a maintenance. Whether we use county funds or we use grant funds, to bring in more visitors, more people playing up here, spending their money up here, and that's kind of our economy. Trade-off there.
My thing is preserving that right of way for future development. Without public rights of way, you're not going to get any.
I mean, if DF sells, per se, they decide to sell everything they bought in Valley County tomorrow.
If we're right there.
They might, this new ownership might just go,
Well, we're already seeing that with the private stuff. Potlatch sold before DF even got here, and then some of the DF stuff too. This is gonna be a private exclusive, nobody can come in here kind of thing. That's what we're trying to get.
I mean, how many years, do you have a year in mind, Jimmy, that it's gonna take to get even one of these roads implemented? You gonna sign one over today, or are we talking 2 years from now, or?
Well, I wanted to start with the low hanging ones. I mean,
That's what I was thinking
no-brainers,
too.
like
Yeah.
60 lane. I mean, that was Kenley Creek. That's a much bigger,
That's
longer
big.
conversation.
It was Red Ridge,
But-
Yeah.
big road.
So let's look at the
Without
simple
any
stuff.
water issues.
Well, I don't know, 'cause I've never been up there, I don't know the road, but Cindy makes a good point, these roads that like, John, is what, Long Road?
Pretty small.
That's something, I think we can go in and buzz right through that, it's in pretty good shape.
Well, look at
Good pardon?
the Packer John one. We need to start out. There is a. Fire mitigation. That's important.
That's important.
With all those kids out there. Fire. Look at the other ones that are actually, what are the reasons to have? That may be nice, or recreation. We could absorb some of those a little bit. I don't think it's some of those either. I don't know where. Look at Old Martin.
That's gonna take a ton of work.
But recreational, it's not really, you guys doing
Make that a 60.
That's exactly what I thought too, just make it a 60-inch or 60.
What if, like I say, what if we kind of regrouped on this and going in fruit on both sides? So are easy to achieve things that you guys come up with a list. These are things that we can talk about based on the conversation we already had. I can say,
I think everything.
I think
And,
Soft.
on what side,
To do
down
what?
what, 1 acre lots?
no,
20 acre parcels?
because right now it's acres that you can see. Or
Yeah, what we had discussed was, you know, if you have the public road going through, allowing the shared driveways through the properties for it to access one.
It would be private roads.
private roads, be an easement, not public to the landowner.
Validate some of those as private.
There's no way for us to I looked at that. I cannot even just on. But the reality of it is, the way to know, you're in there, start, some of this may never even happen. For us to be able to show you today all the roads that we
So I'm thinking like Pastor John, for example. Not even that would probably, by the way, probably go now. I wouldn't have to. But if you take 1,000 acres, and plot 20 acre parcels, that whole thing.
That's now on the roads that we dedicate to the public, that variances. But that's the part. At any point in the future. That there would be no variance, county on those. Either private,
Because you can split down the 20 acre parcels, right?
if they touch the public road. What we're asking for is a variance. Private
Well, those folks are gonna have to take care of their own road that comes down from our road. Probably what we're gonna say is, okay, you come in with a 100 lot subdivision, you're gonna need some help on some of these.
Gotta think about, I mean, what you're saying, you're gonna take acres, break it into 20.
I'll do that.
That's gonna tell you what type of a road you have to build, public road that goes up through that.
You're not gonna have a road good enough to handle that.
And one thing, I mean, it may not happen day one, but be able to subsequent. Get that balance. Okay. And they're not. You start breaking. Whoever increases the tax base, often you will see happens.
The real tough challenge there is trying to figure out how to get some of that growth and value to the road. The way to really do that. Hard thing to do.
That increased tax revenue base would not filter into.
No, and but if he's on the blue line, he gets gas tax and blue line tax.
Or only one of 4 counties.
You're getting shorted.
Now you know my sweatshirt's all dirty, I can't afford a new one.
So, one that we
So
had
what-
talked about previously was the one that went off 60 Lane North towards Ferry. That's one that you were interested in. That was a conversation last.
About 60. In order to, before we get off that, from 4 counties, ad valorem taxes. In order to change that, we have to do a road levy. I mean, property is certainly not.
Use tax
You have to pull it away from something.
The reason that we haven't done that is feds have always paid us. And we used to get $8 million, now we've got 850,000 this year. We've always been able to rely on and see gas tax rate. Yeah, that's a huge conversation for us right now. Jeff and I, why are we spending all this back roads when we have to come up with roads? And how for you is, if you guys build something back up way, and you have a health and safety. Or if that road is not high enough, fire trucks to get in there. Well, they're in a wildland. You've got to be able to tap to your future. How do you do that?
Just wondered if we could even say, this sort of hypothetical. I'll get the first. Of the variance based on.
What we had talked about last year was validating a private road through your property in certain areas. And you could have driveways and stuff.
Oh, in Boise County. Well, There's just a little bit different.
Creation of the road.
They allow. using off of the easements. So, be able to, there's something in there where you push back there where you don't have to be able to. There's a lot of roads in Valley County. There's a choice. They live out in the sticks, they're not gonna get fire. It's more of a buyer beware kind of situation. Yeah, really. I mean, you always have to be disclosed, but would that not be a way to alleviate that requirement? No going in and stopping.
We don't allow easements. You have to dedicate them some way that it'll have to be validated by. Some of the old ranch roads like Ruska, Shaw, those were just shared little private roads, and we brought them to the county to validate them.
That's an easy. What?
Sorry, I just interrupted real quick. So, just thinking about like a good example in my mind would be that Treasant subdivision. Main head back there, there's no hope for races. Subdivision at the end of it.
That predated all of our ordinances. done some, but it was to a public road. Our ordinance says you have to be connected to a public road. Or connected to a public road by a private road built to Valley County standards. We do allow shared driveways for the variance, and that goes up to like administrative variance. Anything over the 3 zoning commission. I'm talking about is the creation of a private road with approval of the Board of County Commissioners off of those public roads. Access that. What would you envision that private road? 12 foot wide, or are they 20?
Well, and see, you don't know. Some of this stuff might not happen until years down the road. That's why I say it's hard for us.
That. You know, that request. You've got development all the way around. Gotta be some guide as far as what that private road's gonna be. I would hate private road 12 feet wide. Eyes because
Well, the other way to look at this too is that from the home build road. You're gonna have to build it. At least to our private road minimums. Our rules, is that correct? The way they're written now?
They were to do a development today. They were to do a development today. Wanted to put something. Only thing you want.
So by us taking these roads and creating these as public right of ways, benefit you. What is the minimum standard that we would allow? Because I'm sure both feel like
That public portion, so the public road.
it's set off a private road and it's 15 on it.
Kinley Creek Road, I looked at when we went through there, if you're gonna bring that road up to county standards, it's the pavement, you're talking a lot, you're talking. I mean, they're what, 12 to 16 feet wide right now, and they're feet up on this side, straight down on this side, you're talking a lot of earth moving. Feet, that's our standard, 4 feet wide.
Something that so many of these roads, and that's where I wouldn't want to put something right unknown. Yeah, we can
You
create
can
a
say-
variance, but it's still some kind of help.
Fact of the matter. Where? For this on these roads, in riding, they're taking every risk.
And even if we put a
County
county,
to be on the deeds.
yeah,
I mean, it's not something we're hiding from these, and honestly, there is a lot of buyers. Be back, right? Be fine.
when you, Kinley Creek, even halfway through that road, just like living in Yellow Pine, I guarantee you the ambulance or fire truck's not gonna get there. I don't care if you got a paved freeway to that parcel, it's not gonna make it there in
Well, and
time.
that's what a lot of these roads should be, they should be
And obviously, you're the driver's seat. Up to you what you want to do. Go to on or wherever and say, hey, we do this road, here's 50 lots, this is our plan, and I think we can sit down and look at it. You don't have to do it.
And they're all gonna be different.
Everyone's gonna be different, and we're gonna say, man, these are too small, or this is too crowded, or whatever you think it may be, and then we've got more influence there.
Just creating that public road opens up. I wouldn't say.
I'm not either sure. I'm gonna do that. Or two of them. Do this over a 7-foot right away. So many people come to us, you need to follow our road, you need to maintain, you need to take care of it.
Sounds like a really serious thing.
I'd be more than recreational, yeah.
Easements would have to be in.
It would take up both sides.
Agree with that. We would start with one. It would come. Be possible to get some. Some of these little shorter roads, in rising. We already maintain that little section. Now that road is gonna take a lot of work to get it. For the vehicles.
Why?
I mean, some of these short ones, like backside of Crawford. We don't maintain that section through the Fish and Game. Public easement, but we don't maintain public maintenance on that road. So who's gonna maintain that through there when we maintain the other end? This Fish and Game maintains this section.
Realistically, yes. Tell us where you're interested in starting. And there's some of these that are just a matter of trying to just clean up, like the tripod road where it's.
No maintenance on that road anyways, is there? Unless they're
Yeah.
logging in there, I mean.
We could do that, we can work on our end.
We want to be sure.
Well, until we know our public, I mean, and then. But anyway.
Let's look on city 3. Probably 3 and move up from there.
When you look at Capartner, you look at Indian Lakes, that's a lot of road.
I don't think Kansas.
Right now, it's not in shape.
What are you guys willing to do to bring it up to something?
So why don't we, we're running out of time, why don't we, figure out kind of what we're thinking of? The same, and then we'll try to do it in 2 weeks or a month or something.
Is there any way to get back and forth emails and some of these?
Pretty soon. All that.
Oh, and trust me, he'll call, it doesn't, 9 o'clock at night, it don't matter, you're looking for it.
Yeah, been there, done that.
That maybe we can have to like May 10th to actually have
Awesome.
so that
Like county can.
And I think this is good because you can kind of see where we're coming from. And somewhere in the middle, there's a.
Commissioners, I apologize. Just for clarification, set it as a public hearing, is that? Just another workshop?
Workshop.
About 2:30 on May 10th?
Whatever you guys want to do. I think it will be our list to you.
One of the things that, right now, there's a lot of grant programs. And do the right thing.
That's what I think too.
That doesn't mean you
I don't
can't.
hear-
You think I don't feel like that?
Sustainability needs to be a part of our conversation.
Set a precedent, not just for TDF, but for all the other folks.
I'd actually open it up.
So as it is now, if you want to do it, send a big check, get all those roads. I think, open Hey, anybody have anything else? Thank you for coming back.
Thank you. Yeah.
Mhm. We'll just stay in touch. We'll go from there. We are adjourned.
Make your decision.
We're supposed to have an executive session.
Are we still, do you still want to do that?
It was, should be a vote.
Oh.
He told me he's not gonna do that.
You guys want to?
Calls you up, by the way, from Nice to meet you.
You guys still have meetings, that's all.
You still have an executive session.
Do you want to get it over with now, or do you want to come back next week?
Well, you know, it's like,
What does that mean?
those little ones.
I didn't have a clue.
You didn't have a clue?
No.
Right by the reservoir, Packard John.
Next week?
60
What's it about?
You.
Oh.
We're gonna postpone until next week.
Okay.
I need to go see council.
All right, so
You like
next
it?
week, I guess we
Yeah.
can find.